Hello? Okay, good morning. Thank you for being here. I will not make any introduction, I will just welcome you. Let me say that we've just started also streaming. Good news for you sitting over there is that the streaming is from this side. So thank you for being here. I would like to ask Pau Garcia Audi from the European Commission to join us. Thank you, Pau, for being us here. I know that your schedule is very tight. So we would like to welcome you to this joint conference of the three projects, D-Square EPC, E-DYCE, and ePANACEA, and we'll start straight away. So thank you, and the presentation should be soon with you. Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting me to be here today. And sorry, I'm just waiting for the presentation. It's a very relevant event, and I really wish I could stay for longer, but unfortunately we'll have to leave. But in any case, it's very important for us to know what are you proposing and what are the solutions that you are investigating and researching, because they could be relevant for the discussions we are going to have now on the revision of the EPBD, and especially in the application and the transposition in the coming years. So unfortunately, I won't be here for the rest of the session, but I'm really hoping that the organizers send me a summary by the end. So, well, my name is Pau Garcia. I work at DG Energy P3, which is the unit that deals with the energy performance of buildings directive. Specifically, I work on issues related to EPCs and the calculation methodology. What I'm going to try and do now is to give a very, very brief overview of what's going on in terms of EPCs, what are the current obligations, what we are proposing in the EPBD, but also how, especially, the EPCs fit in the rest of the framework. Because EPCs go well beyond what's specifically required in the EPBD. So let's start with what's required. Sorry, I can see the screen there now. So the main aim of the EPCs is to provide information about the energy performance of the building, and then make recommendations to the user to say, you can improve these, or you can look at this other element, maybe investigate which kind of renovation you can do. So they are meant to provide information and encourage. They are, of course, compulsory when selling or renting a building. They must be shown to the prospective buyer or tenant. That fulfills the purpose of the EPC. And they must be also shown in advertising media, because we think it's very important that they are there to fulfill this role of informing and actually influencing the decision of the buyer or tenant. There's also an obligation to display them in public buildings or buildings frequently visited by the public. They have to be produced by a qualified independent expert. They are subject to an independent control system, because they have to be of sufficient quality, and they have to have a rating based on kilowatt hours per square meter per year, although additional ratings must be, can be given by other member states. And importantly, the rating at the moment depends on the member states, and it's generally based on the current state of the building stock and the energy legislation. But the specific A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or multiple cases here, it's fully decided by the member state. At the moment, we have a current coverage on EPCs between 10 and 60% of the building stock. This depends a lot on the member state. In some member states, it's actually lower than this. We have some cases where they go as low as 5%. But in general, it's good to say that for most member states, we are around 20 to 30%, which is enough to say it provides significant and more or less accurate information about the state of the building stock. Of course, we have to be a bit careful, because EPCs generally represent the stock that is in the market, so stock that is moving. It doesn't represent buildings that have been left untouched for a number of years. So we have to be a little bit careful when we take them into consideration. Most member states make some of the EPC information available either in aggregated or anonymized data. For example, the databases in Ireland and Greece are very good in this regard. The database in Estonia is also very, very good. So they provide some of this information, but there is no obligation to report on this at all at the moment. We've also seen over several studies that there is evidence of increased values of properties with good ratings. That is to say, a property with an A rating is more valuable than a property with a G rating. We have to be a bit careful there. It's not just because of the energy, but generally a building that has a better energy performance is a higher quality building. It has better windows, it has better closing, it has a better performance overall. But we all know that what really determines the value of a property is location, location, location. So we have to be a little bit careful with these two. So in terms of the EPBD revisions, which is the intermediate step where we are right now. The Commission proposed at the end of 2021 a number of new provisions in the recast of the EPBD, and some of them are quite relevant for EPCs. So, for example, we are proposing the introduction of minimum energy performance standards. That is the obligation to renovate buildings, especially when they are linked to a low energy rating. This is specifically targeting, for example, the worst performing buildings, so F and G rated buildings. We also reinforce the long-term renovation strategies, which are now called National Building Renovation Plans, and that requires a lot of information from the member state in order to analyze the building stock and propose measures, and there the EPCs have a significant role to play. We start also to consider the whole life cycle of carbon, which is represented in the EPC, etc., etc. There is a number of initiatives that touch on EPCs. And what we're doing specifically on EPCs, which is one of the key elements of the proposed revision in 2021. One thing you will notice that I would only comment the Commission proposal. That's because, well, Parliament and Council have made their assessments and they are now in the process of starting the discussions. But I work for the Commission. I can only comment on the Commission side. I have to be very careful on what analysis I make and what comments I make about the European Parliament and the Council. So I leave that to Vivian. She will go into more detail about this later on. So I'm sorry, I'm only providing you my point of view. So EPCs as part of the renovation in 2021. The three main elements that we considered for redesigning the EPCs, first of all, is we needed to improve the EPCs in the role as an information tool, so they need to provide better information. We also need to improve the quality and the coverage. That is to say, we need to make sure that EPCs are of sufficient quality, especially considering the fact that if the minimum energy performance standard goes ahead, there is a direct obligation to renovate, there is a direct value associated with the EPBD and a direct investment associated with the EPC, and therefore the EPC really needs to be accurate to make sure that this obligation does not fall to the side. And then we're also introducing a number of measures to improve the availability and accessibility of the information on the EPC. We also see that the EPC has links to a number of other initiatives. It's very directly linked, for example, to the EU Green Taxonomy, because the EU Green Taxonomy, for example, it asks the EPC as proof of the performance of a building, either for new buildings, for renovations, or for improving individual elements. And that's important at two levels. It's important at the building owner level, because the bank is going to ask you for this information if you make an investment that is Green Taxonomy aligned. But at the same time, the financial authorities are going to ask the bank for the EPC as proof that their investment is indeed green. So this works at the two levels. And then there is also lots of links of the EPC with other assessment tools like the Building Renovation Passport, the SRI, or, for example, the Levels Framework. So, a number of the improvements that we've done on the energy performance certificates. One of the first ones, and I mentioned this before, there are differences on the way the EPC has been scaled across member states. We have EPCs that range from Some from A to G, but others go from A++ to J, and others go from A+++ to G. So there is a big divergence in how many classes we have. And more so, we have a big divergence of what exactly each one of the classes means. This is to be expected to a certain degree, because the building stock across the EU is very different, but at the moment there are no common criteria on how we define these letters. And that creates a lot of uncertainty in the market, particularly for financial institutions, and it also reduces the perception of reliability of EPCs. So why is it that in one member state we have A++, and in other member states we only get to A? That generates uncertainty. So what we proposed in this case was to have common criteria to define the different classes. And that's why we propose to have only classes from A to G. And then we define A as the top of the class, zero emission buildings, and the G as the bottom of the class, which represents 15% of the building stock. There will still be differences between the member states, but at least in terms of criteria, in terms of the clear obligations associated with the letters, they will be common. We also introduce a number of measures, such as a common template, the obligation for the EPCs to be provided on-site after on-site visits, and other elements such as simplified updated procedures. That's particularly related, for example, to the building renovation passports, and because if you carry out step-by-step renovations, it shouldn't be necessary to fully upgrade, so fully produce the EPC every single time. If we're only changing one single element on the building, we should be able to just update the EPC on that element. And then there is a whole host of things related to national databases for the energy performance of buildings, where all the information on the EPCs should be available there. And that's where I wanted to get at the end. The EPC, I started saying that it's first and foremost an information tool. It's meant to be there to inform you when you buy or rent a property, so you get an idea of what's the performance of the building. However, over the years, we have started to use the EPC for pretty much everything. Some of you may have seen this slide before. Apologies if I'm repeating it, but I think it's quite visual. So in principle, the EPC has this obligation of sale or rent, but it's linked to pretty much everything else in the EPBD and even beyond that. So for example, the EPC is used by member states in a lot of cases when we ask for a building permit to demonstrate the compliance with minimum energy performance requirements at building level or at individual element. It's linked very, very directly with minimum energy performance standards if that goes through. So there is an obligation to renovate or not a building according to the energy class of the building. There are links, for example, with the electromobility or the digital building logbook or the indoor environmental quality. If those elements are present in the building, they should be indicated in the EPC. If there is a calculation for the global warming potential and life cycle assessment and embodied energy of the building, that should be visible in the EPC, so it's connecting to a lot of things. It's also connected and it shares a lot of information with the Smart Readiness Indicator, not just because if there is an SRI value, this should be indicated in the EPC, but also because a lot of the information on the energy performance of the building or elements that we need in order to calculate the SRI and vice versa are present in both of them. And of course, it's very much related to the building renovation passport, which starts from the EPC. Apart from that, it's also very, very much linked to finance. A lot of the EU finance, and in the last few years, with the new ERDF and new cohesion funds, and especially with the recovery and resilience plans, there is a lot of money available for building renovation using EU funds. At the moment, it's about 50 billion euros of investment on the RRPs, and probably another 20, because there's still some fine calculation to be done on that, but probably another 20 from the ERDF and the cohesion fund. So all in all, it's about 70 billion euros available for investment on building renovation. And for all of these, we always ask that there is an EPC available before and after. So there is a lot of value associated with the EPC. I also mentioned the EU Green Taxonomy, and I also mentioned the case of finance. In a lot of cases, when there is a finance associated to a renovation, there is the requirement to show the EPC. So there is a lot of value associated with this, and that's why one of the reasons why we need to make absolutely sure that the quality of EPCs is as good as possible. So all of this is to say, there's been an evolution on how the EPCs have been working over the years, where they started and where they are now. And it is very clear that we need to change how we work with EPCs, how they are produced and how we check them. For example, the revision of the EPBD introduces very clear criteria to evaluate the quality of the EPCs. Member states need to assess a sample of the EPCs, and they need to ensure that at least 90% of them are of good quality. The size of the sample and everything, that depends on multiple elements, but basically at least 90% of the EPCs need to be of good quality. But that's the start of the process. That's just a sampling to make sure that yes, your EPC actually does comply, your EPC scheme complies. In practice, there is a number of modifications that will need to be done to the overall process of production and assessment of EPCs so we can make sure that they are sufficient quality. So this is, for example, where projects like yours can start bringing us ideas on how we can improve EPCs, how we can modify them, how we can start producing them in different ways, which kind of technologies we need to take into consideration. We are starting to see, for example, a lot of technologies where you meter the performance of the buildings, and you also take information about a number of sensors within the building, and that should be able to produce an EPC. It's a bit more complex than that, but we also see that there are a number of technologies that are promising and that they say that they can go in these areas. So we need to see, okay, what kind of criteria we need to introduce, what is that we need to take into consideration to make sure that these automated EPCs are as good as the manually produced EPCs, because we see a role for both of them. So that's the kind of things that we are looking in projects such as yours. I hope this was informative. I know a lot of you already work on EPCs, but it's sometimes good, I think, to go back to the overall picture and see where things are at the moment and why do we use the different EPCs and what's the role, where are we going with them, etc., etc. So I hope this was useful for you, and I hope it informed some of your discussions today, and I definitely want to see what you will come up and conclusions, and I ask the organizers to please send me a summary of the results and the presentations for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pau. And I'd like to invite Anastasia Jurčishina from the European Construction, Built Environment and Energy Efficient Building Technology Platform, the ECTP, in short, for a brief view at how smart and decarbonized building in future might look.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Anastasia Jurčishina, and I'm from European Construction Technology Platform. Today, I'm going to speak about three main things. It will be the first short introduction about our platform. The second one is the short introduction to Build for People partnership, which we co-program. And finally, a quick introduction on a quick description of the project, which is just finished and which is very much in line with the topic of our today's conference. Yes. So European Construction Built Environment and Energy Efficient Buildings Technology Platform is association. We're based here in Brussels, in Belgium. And at the moment we have about 150 members which are represented, which represent the full value chain of the built environment. Our mission is to develop on the strategic level research and development and innovation in the built environment and construction sector, and to support all the companies in the broad meaning who are working in this sphere. So we aim to gather all these representatives in order to be able to cooperate, to to innovate, to make the entrance to the market, and finally to impact the development in the built environment and construction sector. At the moment, we have 6 main committees in the European Construction Technology Platform, which are composed of our members. And as you can see, well, these committees refer to different types of the problematic, but you might see that the decarbonization and the smartness in the building sector is something which is transversal for all these committees. For example, some of them are kind of more focused on this, but in any case, this problematic is very important and is very present in the work of each and every committee. So ECTP is not alone. We've got we all work in a huge ecosystem, and which are represented by different members. The representation of our members is rather heterogeneous. We have the companies, the industry, the SMEs, the associations, the research and technology organizations, and obviously everyone is doing their important complementary part in the development. The committees are composed of our members, and we also co-program a partnership which is Built for P partnership, about which I'm going to speak a little bit later. ECTP is working in the ecosystem with and communicating with lots of national technology platforms, as well as friends like Cool EU, Many Future, and many others. We are in full in full correlation with the main institutions like main institutions. You can see it on the left corner. I can see from here, just to make sure I'm not naming them wrongly. And at the same time, we are also respecting all implementation working groups and participating in the development of the sector in general. It's important to say that we are working and communicating a lot with the European Commission and different DG of the European Commission, and this is how try to ensure the good communication between the industry and private sector, and between the Commission and the public sector. So the next pillar of my presentation will be the description of Built for People partnership, which we co-program, and which aim is to support the people-centric built environment, its smart, sustainable, resilient, and successful future. What is really important is that this is a people-centric partnership, and that we all put smartness of buildings, smartness of the building sector, and decarbonization as one of our main objectives. The partnership is coordinated from public side by the European Commission, mainly DGN, but also taken into guidance other DJs. From the private side, it is ECTPRs and World Green Building Council. So there are 3 general objectives, from which you can see the first one is more like holistic innovation and aggregated development of the sector. The second one is focused on decarbonization and resilient development of the sector. And finally, it's important to ensure that it's not just one moment development, but we need to ensure that long-lasting and stable, resilient behavioral change and the development of the living in general. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go more in detail about the specific objectives of B4P. Well, you can see them on the slide, and obviously you're welcome to contact me for further information afterwards. But here as well, like on the main line, it's like smartness, resilience, decarbonization, sustainability in the broadest meaning, and all the necessary support to make sure that this is the continuous process which will never end but only improve. From the operational point of view, these objectives are defined like in operative objectives, and to make them more concrete, a set of KPIs are developed. Yes, a set of KPIs are developed in order to evaluate it on each and every stage and make obvious the practicality of the approach, how we are planning to reach each and every objective, in which time, in which quantitative measures, and to see the results of the approach. Well, as I said, from private side, it is ECTP and World Green Building Council who are co-programming the partnership, and you're very welcome to contact us in general for further information. And here it will be quite just a couple of minutes. I will introduce briefly a recent project which was just finished in the end of March. It was going for 30 months, and it is Smart Build for You, which is focused on supporting the emergence, well, not only emergence, supporting the emergence and development of the smart building community, to which we all belong, to ensure that this community is developed and is nourishing itself in a sustainable and resilient way, as well as supporting, promoting, and, well, guiding to some extent smart readiness indicators. There are there were 10 partners in the project, well, it was quite intense but very interesting project, which which is focusing on almost five main objectives, which you can see on the screen. It is the mapping, defining, and supporting smart build community. It is here is the QR code to join it. It is the ensure that knowledge is properly shared and properly shared, and take advantage of the inputs of all the members, as well as their activities are supported. From the second pillar, it is the contribution to not only development but testing and checking how smart readiness indicator is behaving in real life, in real cases. And on the basis of all of this is defined the roadmaps, the strategic research and innovation agenda, as well as the policy recommendation in the sector. So the set of publications, and from one side, and from another side, research and practical tools were developed to support the ideas and show their practicality and feasibility. And yes, forgot. So speaking of these four main objectives, it's also important to mention the fifth one, which is kind of supporting and transversal for all of them. This is the communication, the smart building, the information of smart building community, the propagation of the ideas, this dissemination of data, and basically the communication. A part of it I'm doing right now. The key results and outcomes corresponding to this community are the production of a set of theoretically practical materials like brochures, white papers, fact sheets, well, it's more technical things, and the strategic research and innovation agenda, as well as the set of policy recommendations in the sector. At the moment, SRI is not binding to EPDB, but it seems to be just a matter of time when it starts being binding. In any case, at the moment, it fully corresponds to the main lines and the main ideas of EPDB. So, well, we have, during the project, 12 flight papers were produced in 4 task forces, which you see on the screen. On the basis of this research, barriers and drivers were defined, which have allowed us to identify research, development, and innovation gaps, and on the basis of them, make the suggestions for strategic research and innovation agenda, as well as define the set of policy recommendations. Again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to in much detail about which, much detail about these materials, but you're very welcome to check them on the website, and and I'll be happy to answer the questions. In the SRIA, 10 main topics were covered. You can see them on the screen. It is quite important to say that this identification of 10 topics wasn't very easy because, as we all know, our sector is very complex, and it's quite difficult to clearly identify the barriers, which wasn't done. The topics are, the SRIA is done in this way that these topics are clearly defined by groups, but at the same time, the transversality is clearly shown, and the complexity of the problematic is envisaged and worked on. From the point of view of the policy recommendations, they were developed as well in 10 topics, which you can see on the screen. You might see the certain correlation between the SRIA and policy recommendation, which is not surprising. And so there was research done in research and practical recommendations developed on the basis of the project. And at the moment, well, I hope I didn't take lots of time, but I would absolutely be happy to take much more after, during the lunch break.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I'd like to invite Florenzo from STIA. So we've looked at the overall policy context on the part of the Commission, certain aspects that can be further developed and certain challenges. And let's see what we can identify in terms of missing aspects, perhaps.
Good morning. My name is Florenzo. I come from a small consulting and research and development company in energy field. I had the chance to have my PhD professor, who was the guy who designed the Swiss EPC. So I was one of the guys who knew what were the expectations. I remember I was also one of the first users, and I remember in the first lessons we gave to learn for the people to learn how to use EPCs, I had 10 sessions of 35 people to plan. So I then used it as a consultant, because our company is research and consulting. And lastly, I was a consultant of the authorities. How can we use the results of these EPCs to go further for the Geneva Canton? So I will give you some feedback from all this history and from all this experience. We could say, just a moment. Next is how you say next slide? This one. Okay. It's this one. Okay, thank you. So I take one EPC from one of the case studies of the E-DYCE project, and I try to understand what is written there. We are an arithmomorphic society, so there are 39 numbers there, I found primary energy, kilograms of CO2. I am the owner of this building. I have bills and I want to see if my building is really class A. It is class A. I am one of the best buildings in Nicosia. So kilowatt hours of renewable energy, kilowatts of non-renewable energy class ratio. I cannot find the electricity consumption in measured kilowatt hours, not primary ones. And I cannot find the gas consumption if there is gas for hot water. So the important things for me, I don't have it in the Swiss case study. I don't have it in the Cyprus case study. I didn't go in the Danish one or in the Italian ones, but it's a problem. I am one of the experts. I don't know if there are other experts of so much time working with EPC. It took me 3 days to understand what is written in the Cyprus EPC to compare with the measured and the actual consumption. The actual consumption, I have it there with kilowatt hours of the total building. But the EPC gives me per square meter. So if I am not in philosophy or my job and I am engineer, I can multiply the kilowatt hours per square meter with a square meter that somewhere in the 39 numbers I can find them and then compare. It's a problem. We should give indicators, intelligible indicators to the users to understand if it is really class A or class B or class C. Another thing that it is missing, this building, this case study, we choose to express expressively in E-DYCE. We choose a building which is based really on low-cost, low-tech technologies, passive technologies, and we have seen how EPC is considering the technology. Night and day ventilative cooling, thermal mass for night ventilation, natural lighting optimization. You see there the pictures. If you use a window that is going up to the floor, you save 15% of lighting. Nowhere in the EPC you can give value to this design action. Ceiling fans, nowhere you can use with or without ceiling fans. If you put ceiling fans and air conditioning, you reduce, you rise the free running hours 15–20%. Nowhere you can consider this. Cross ventilation for wind in summer, interior solar shading for winter, smart control for predictive control. All these operational benefits, you cannot use them in the EPC. Okay, you have to be conscious what is in and what is out, but it would be nice that the EPCs give value to all these passive technologies also, not only insulation. It's good, insulation, solar shading, but it is not the essential thing are not there. Now we take another case study, which is the upscaling case study for E-DYCE project, and we took 20 buildings in Geneva. In Geneva, you have the chance that you have to declare the energy consumption of the buildings since 1994. So we have the history of energy consumption, and we have the EPCs, and we try to compare the EPCs, which are here, existing buildings, everything is class G and everything is class E. Everybody knows it, all the building experts know that the existing buildings are class G or class E, and the new buildings are class A or class B. Here you see what is EPC is telling, and what real energy consumption is telling. It's a real problem. It's a real problem to be so pessimistic with existing buildings, and the existing buildings are really better. You will see next presentations. I thought I was after Michael, but Michael is presenting the same thing in Denmark, and we wanted to see if it is the same thing also in Switzerland. If you see the papers that are circulating in every country, we have the same thing. We are pessimistic with old buildings and optimistic with the new buildings. So we need reliability and credibility. So then I took all the labeled buildings, near zero energy buildings of Geneva. They should be all of them class B, and 8 of them are really near zero energy building, it should be class A. And you have here the label, and you have there the real energy consumption. This is another serious problem. You promise the heaven, and you have not the hell, but a bad situation. So you need correspondence between expected and real energy consumption of near zero energy buildings. You see here, I compare, here you can see the power of measured energy. Okay, we know the power of simulated energy. These are the EPC. In our E-DYCE project, we try to see the reality and the calculations. Here we had the chance to have 12,000 buildings measured since 20 years. So I take the group of the buildings that were renovated, the 85 buildings. They should reduce their energy performance as soon as they are being renovated, and to arrive to the theoretical target of the label, which is around 20 megajoules per square meter. I am in 315. So you see there the performance gap, but performance gap leads to policy gap and leads to policy failure. We are targeting the 2,000 watt society. With this situation, we'll have the 3,303 watt society. We pay so much money for this target, and the taxpayers are paying all this money, and we have this performance gap after the refurbishment, and this is a real problem again. And this real problem comes also to not to the policies, but also to the users and to the experts. Here we can see the real numbers. This was a performance gap analysis in Switzerland, a research project, and they represented it qualitatively. And here in this E-DYCE project, with this statistical analysis, I put the numbers. And you see, it's really, you expect 117 kilowatt hours of energy savings because your label tells you that you consume 170 kilowatt hours per square meter of heat. So I consume so much, but in reality I consume only 125. I expect 117, but in reality I can get 17 because the 47, which is the performance gap before renovation, I have also already in the pocket. So this energy savings. And then I do the refurbishment and I target 40 or 55. And then I renovate, I pay 3,300 euros per square meter. And instead of getting 40, I get 95. So we have 40 kilowatt hours of performance gap after. So I promise 117 and I get only 30 for so much money. And you know, Volkswagen, for 15% of performance gap, they went to the prison. We are very lucky because we have this performance gap and they pay us to understand the performance gap and to correct it. So let's correct it. Should we design and control national policies only on calculation, on fancy or fantastic calculation, or on real energy consumption? Here we show the power of the measured energy consumption, because in Switzerland there is a big debate, should we use the asset rating or the operational rating? So we use the operational rating because we have this obligation to declare the real energy consumption, and we see a law of the 1990, I think, they prohibited single glazing. And then I take 50 buildings that didn't renovate that they are single glazing, and you see they consume more than the 12,000 buildings. And then I take other 50 buildings that complied with the obligation, and you see this national policy that has real effect, and you have these old buildings with single glazing that has been renovated that are similar to the whole building stock. So this is a good example of validated policy success in Switzerland. But there are many policy failures, and we know them. Here we have, for example, another program, monitoring ECO 21 program for upgrading to demand control ventilation. So we started in 2015, and we see that 4 years after, we still don't have a clear evidence if this policy is bringing us at least 20 kilowatt hours per square meter that we promised. So E-DYCE comes, and we have the dream of getting the answer 4 months after, because we are doing here an energy energy signature. So every month we pass from yearly time step to monthly or daily time step, and then we consolidate this that is not so clear. At least I know that I don't have 20 kilowatt hours of energy savings, but my dream to get my results in 4 months is we didn't manage to get it. I think we'll need 1 year, but it's better to have 1 year the answer rather than 5 years of wrong targeted subsidized. And we learned from E-DYCE that measurement is like wild animals, while simulations like farm animals. They are wild, you have uncertainties, it's very difficult to interpret. I take the same example. Here is the EPC calculation for renovating the ventilation system. It promised me 60 megajoules per square meter. And we adapt the conditions of use, because the EPC, in order to compare the building between them, you use the standard conditions of use. We adapted because we know that during night the people, they are stopping the ventilation. So my expectation is falling to 20. I didn't do that. We targeted the program with the standard conditions of use. So you see the potential is very few, because in reality the people don't use ventilation during night. So I take the adapted conditions with a dynamic simulation that the temperature difference of the day and the night is different, because the monthly one it's a constant one, the dynamic one is varying between day and night, and my potential is only 10, and they measure 8. So you see that we can do something to adapt the calculations. It's a good starting basis. The EPC, I didn't use other data to model the building. I just adapted the conditions, and we have a better targeting. So if we do a summary of this, the public authorities would like to have credible predictions of expected energy consumption and energy savings. Not only the global consumption, but the energy savings also of individual actions. Measure the real effect of public actions and policies. Measure it as early as possible, to have action levers to promote operational optimization. Because if you do an EPC, you take standard operation, but you have optimum operation also, and you can save, and you have optimum, and you have bad operation also, whether you cannot detect it with the EPC. The tool is not done for that. You have to have a knowledge of the current performance of the national, regional, and local, or your own building stock, but the real one, not the EPCs. We have seen the previous presentation. It's good to know how many buildings you have of class A and B, but if you don't have reliability, you should measure it. So you need to have clear, realistic indicators and reference values to determine the objectives in regulations, because if you think that you are consuming this, but in reality you consume that, you target wrong targets. And the experts are expecting also credible predictions of expected energy consumption and energy savings. We have to ask to these poor EPCs what they are really designed to do that. They are not designed to calculate the real energy consumption. They were designed to calculate the energy consumption under standard conditions. So we have to not to ask them more than they are able to do, but we should do complementary tools to start from there and project what are the real expectations. Intelligible indicators in the EPC to compare expected with real energy performance. We should say on the EPC the counter what should indicate. It's so easy but it is not yet. We need low cost and low effort metering, because the metering is going to give us, and one metering that we already have is the metering for the bills. We need intelligible feedback from the building operation and energy consumption and production, because today buildings are also producing energy. We need tools to visualize, aggregate, disaggregate, compare the building energy consumption, and we need early feedback of problematic operation. There is an empty space, is a need for considering also the passive techniques, because they are sometimes very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me say that we are about 10 minutes behind schedule, so I'd like to ask the 3 coordinators to present now, to be a little bit, let's say, faster on the time. So we start alphabetically with the 3 projects and how, let's say, what is there to say on the part of the projects about the challenges that have been discussed until now. And the first one is, of course, D-Square EPC, represented by Dimos Ioannidis. So, Dimos, please take the stand.
Will you provide? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Dimos Ioannidis. I'm a computer electrical engineer and project coordinator of the project E-DYCE. First of all, I would like to thank all the 3 projects for coordinating and making this event feasible. And it will be nice today that we'll see a number of achievements related to how we envision the next generation energy performance certificates and achievements that have been already made by the project. Regarding the project, I will pinpoint a little bit the original objectives and vision of the project. As you will see later on in the other sessions, the demonstration of the tools that we have deployed in our project. The project started on September 2020, so we're now very mature and we have the technologies already deployed and validated. You will see also how, when we have these piloting activities, how it is very important to understand the performance of the buildings during the design or the operational phase, and how this is linked also to the energy performance certificate that we have seen. The operational use of the building may change also the original asset rating, for instance, of the building. Regarding the consortium, we are 12 partners from 7 European countries, with a mix of technology providers but also stakeholders. We have very important 2 standardization bodies. We, as a project, contributing actively in relevant working groups for the energy performance certificates, and this is very important. And we have a number of pilots with different, I would say, type of buildings, older buildings, but also more recent buildings constructed that showcase potential improvements of the use of dynamic energy performance certificates. Okay, here you see some interaction. So the vision. For us, it was very important to, I will go to the second bullet, which is very important, that we need to employ a multi-parameter assessment of the performance certificate, of the performance of buildings. This means that we introduce also some new indicators, not only the energy part, but we have also, we have seen before from the presenters that we have the SRI, the Smart Readiness Indicator, also to pinpoint the circularity inside the performance, like the sustainability of the materials, and other factors like occupancy-related, comfort factors, and financial. How much time or how much cost it is related to a retrofitting process that improves, from one side, the performance certificate, the performance of a building, but it is linked to a return of investment for the home or the building owner. Another concept is that we want to couple the real-time information or the near real-time information coming from IoT ecosystem and link this with building information models. And there to have some physical and model interaction through digital twins. This is very important. And you can see also how the simulation sometimes, the building energy performance analysis, can be better visualized also through digital twins. You will see it also today in the demonstration part. And the other part is that we have a recommendation engine. I think that the recommendation part is very important for outlining the benefits of making an intervention to a building and how this will lead to increased performance of the energy, the energy efficiency. Then we have also in the project, we want to make this policy more relevant, so we have a GIS-enabled component that we go now from the building level to the district level or the smart city level, and we can say how what kind of policies can be applied in order to have an improved EPCs in a specific region, and this is linked also with real-time data coming from the buildings. So, based on this vision that we had in the project, we have created a number of tools. I will showcase here the tools. One part, and very important, is the building documentation and the methodology for extracting the EPC, the dynamic EPC as we call it. So we have the comparison of the asset rating, which is the EPC related methodology, but also a methodology that we defined in the project for the dynamic operational rating, as we say, where we collect also data from the buildings in order to be able to assess the operational rating. This is very important. So we can have this comparison as designed and as operated energy rating, and we have a number of extended KPIs that are coupling this energy performance, like the smartness, the sustainability, human comfort, financial. And this is already now. It will be next week in a working group that we will present these achievements and how this can be incorporated in the next related standards. And we have these dynamic energy performance certificates that can be as an added value in the district neighborhood information through GIS systems. Okay. Related in E-DYCE, we have a number of case studies. As you see from left to right, we have a very NZEB smart home. This is a smart home that was built in 2017 in Greece, in our premises at CERT. It is a very, it has incorporated a number of technologies that can name this building as near zero energy building, and sometimes it's also positive energy building because it couples photovoltaics, storage. It has one of the free licenses in Greece from our distribution network operator to performance and microgrid. In 2017, imagine this was not very easily to make it possible. And we have some number of different residential and industrial buildings in Germany, but also in Cyprus, that can assess the technology that we have developed. Now, as our end users, and let's say to whom these tools are related to, of course we are talking about for the construction industry, where they want, and for the architecture and the engineers that are retrofitting or creating new buildings, that can assess initially the asset rating of the building, and then when it is constructed in the operational commissioning phase to be able to assess the operational rating and to link it and I will say cross-check it with the original as designed certificate. And what we do is we have a methodology how this certificate can be updated in a 6 monthly or yearly basis, or when an event occurs, like a new retrofit process, or we have seen before some scenarios such when we have a rental part or a sale part, that you want to have also not only the energy performance certificate as it was when it was originally extracted, but also due to the dynamic operation of the building. And this can happen only with, sometimes only with a smart energy meter that can be integrated into the buildings. And this is already in European level, we have a rollout of smart meters. Here you can see that we have a number of business cases. The business group A, I will not go in details, but you will see some of them in the piloting phase, is for the issuance of energy performance certificates, and we have two scenarios here. One is for the asset rating as a service, and the second is the operational rating, the one that after the building is in the commissioning phase. Next, we have also business cases related to support EPC monitoring, evaluation, and recommendations. This is for energy service companies or for facility managers or for the buildings operators that want to renovate or to monitor the performance of the buildings. So this is related also with BIM-based monitoring through IoT devices. And the third group of, we have a more thorough benchmarking of potential policies in a district or in a neighborhood where we can apply for policy making or marketing or other business purposes, and there we have the linkage with the GIS systems. With this, I would like to say that in the next session you will see also from our project the results with the actual tools on this to support these business cases, and looking forward for potential collaborations in the field. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask Michal Pomianowski, coordinator of E-DYCE. Stepan, the next session will look at greater detail and various aspects, so please consider the time as continuous with the next section.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to present. I hope it will stop. It's a pleasure to present our E-DYCE project in front of you. I'm coordinator of E-DYCE, and on a daily basis I sit in Denmark at Aalborg University as an associate professor. Now, in the nutshell, I will present you very shortly what the E-DYCE is, what is the motivation behind what we did, and then as the days go by, in the session 2 and 3, we will dive into into more detail into what we have been working with, primarily on selected issues because of the time and 3 projects presenting today. So we do not have time to go into everything. We had to be selective. So the content for this presentation is briefly the identity, consortium. Then I will spend a little bit of time about the motivation that you could already hear from Florenzo, what was our driver and how we shaped the content of the project. Then from motivation I will go to objectives. I hope it will make more sense why these objectives after the motivation. Then the concept in a very short way, and a few words about the demos. So our project started roughly 3 years ago in September. It is an innovation action project. I see that we have a very similar budgets. We are still operating, so it means we should be ready by August this year. We do not expect any extension. And we are 5 countries that participate in the project. The consortium is made of 10 stakeholders, 5 countries. We have 2 universities, Polito and Aalborg, one from Italy, one from Denmark. We have 5 SMEs, which are kind of SMEs, but also with interest in research. As you could hear from Lorenzo, for example, there is a real interest in doing the research and some innovation. So we have Estia, we have NeoGrid, we have GEP, we have MTech, and we have Core IC. Then we have 2 municipalities that supported us with some demonstration cases and also policies, and we have 1 national energy agency, and they are from Italy. Now, a few words about the motivation, which is quite important for us to share with you today. The motivation is illustrated by these two figures that you can see on this slide. One on the left shows the performance gap issue in building stock, and what we are actually see is measured and what is consumed by buildings, and what we are simulating, so what we are calculating using our EPCs, so predictions. And the other thing is what happens when we do the renovation of the old buildings using these EPCs, that we have a certain issue here. So if we dive a little bit deeper into what happens here, is that, I don't know if I can have a laser. No. But it doesn't work. No. Okay. The problem is with current buildings that we build. So Class A, especially, these buildings will be erected from now on. Actually, over the last 10 years, we could see that they are A+, A++, A++, or A 2010, 2015, 2020, as we call them in Denmark, but all of them belong to Class A. On the paper and doing the asset calculations, they perform very well. They should consume something at the moment in Denmark, at least around 30-25 kilowatt-hour per square meter per year. What we can see very common for these buildings, what we measure is that they consume double or more. So it means we have an illusion of what the building stock is actually, in which direction we are going. So this building will grow in amount. So our building stock will change into that buildings, and we will grow this illusion over the time. That's a problem. So we can do 2 things. Either we change the calculation way we do today, or we bring more awareness to the buildings, to the people that use these buildings, to minimize this performance gap, to understand why we are using double, triple of this what we should use. And as before, in the time, there was not a problem, because 20 years ago when these EPCs were started, you could see we were building C and D classes building, CD. There was not so much performance gap. You see, there is a good agreement in 25 years ago. Now we have a problem. Also, the old buildings show another opposite problem. So performance gap on the other side, because, well, they use a lot of energy, and they're supposed to use a lot of energy, but because they use so much, then the people become more aware what they use and how much they use. So we have actually less energy used by these buildings. Now, if we take these old buildings, F and G, so these energy vampires, and we see what happens after we renovate them. These are the researchers that are supported by numbers on the right side. You can see we have this expectation gap. So we expect that they use a lot, and after renovation, what Lorenzo was showing you, they're supposed to use very little. In fact, they do not use that much, and after renovation, they use more than they are supposed to. And we have expectation gap, expectation problem, because if we continue doing this, then we will have more and more in the long term, we will have a lot of questions. Well, I did an energy renovation, but I actually do not get my savings. So we might have a mistrust and a lack of accusation of lack of reliability of what we are doing. This leads us to the objectives of E-DYCE project and what we have formulated that we should do, what we could do to remedy this situation. So first of all, we said we should develop a methodology for dynamic certification that has 2 legs, that is focusing on changing the calculation that we do today to something that we would expect is more reliable, which is dynamic modeling instead of static that is used today for the EPCs, and also monitoring, so the operational data, use of it. The second thing is because is integration framework, since we have both simulations and operational data, we need to have some kind of integration framework that can couple these two things together. In our case, it is a middleware solution which we call FUSIX, which you will hear more about in the next sessions, which we use for storing and comparing the simulation and monitoring outcomes. The next objective was to increase the users' awareness. That is also a necessary step to have a progress in the future. And when we go from static EPCs to dynamic and to operational, then we can see we have other KPIs, and in general we have more of KPIs. So we have to be very strategic and selective which of them we would like to share with our audience, and what is our audience as well. The next objective is to go and support, facilitate the progress from going from standard assumptions to adapted condition of use of buildings and how to implement this in our calculations. So to understand better the reason behind the performance gap, to also focus more on the operational saving potentials and to promote free running operation of the building if it is possible. Free running means no mechanical heating, no mechanical cooling when it is possible. The last, but not least, of course, was to have this methodology applied in demonstration buildings, so to test it, so that it is not abstract, something that we develop, does not fit to the reality. Therefore, we have tested it in a number of buildings to a different level, because simply the buildings reflect different monitoring level, etc. The concept that we have developed is surrounded around our middleware solution, the platform. This is FUSIX, and it has a modular nature, where you can see we feed our monitoring, our static information, our modeling, our weather forecast, our predictions, etc., to it in order to later on visualize it for our audience, user, or the building. Yes, it's more or less the same. The last thing is that we have these stages in the project. We have data acquisition, dynamic models development, and then the third one is giving the feedback, so to visualize the results to our audience. This is how it is constructed. And this we have implemented in a number of buildings which cover from north to south, let's say, climatic condition in Europe. So we have Denmark, we have Italy, we have Switzerland, and we have also a Cyprus case. Majority of the demonstration cases that we have been working with and monitoring, simulating are residentials. We have also 2 schools and 1 office case. And as Florenzo showed you, we have also a canton case with several buildings that illustrate the issue of the policy, yes, working or not working. So with this, I will finish my presentation. Thank you. And yes, the next session will go a little bit deeper into our results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maria Fernandez Bonetta, coordinator of ePANACEA project. Please take the stand.
Okay. Okay, thank you everybody for attending. Thank you for this opportunity. It's my pleasure to provide a quick overview about the main results of the ePANACEA project. My name is Maria Fernandez, as Alexander said. I am a researcher and senior engineer at the Transition City Department in CENER, the National Renewable Energy Center of Spain. I am the project coordinator of ePANACEA. Sorry, because probably since I am the last one presenting, I am going to repeat some of the concepts that my colleagues have just presented. Regarding a general overview of the project, ePANACEA Project Consortium involves 10 organizations from 6 different European countries, including 4 research centers, 1 university, 3 energy agencies, and 2 small companies. The project started in June 2020 and was originally due to end in May 2023, by the end of this month. But we have applied for an extension, so it will probably end finally after this summer. Then why ePANACEA? No? This is regarding the motivation. I think all of us agree that energy performance certificates have the potential to play an important role in the energy transition, in achieving the European Union environmental objectives. But, however, for the EPC to reach its full potential, several current challenges need to be addressed. For instance, and in my view, the most important one, as my colleagues have commented, the gap between standard outcomes of EPC schemes and real consumption patterns, leading to inaccurate energy savings estimations from the implementation of energy efficiency measures. A lack of accuracy of the building's energy assessment results, a poor awareness related to energy efficiency from the end user's perspective, a lack of convergence also across the European Union, for instance, about assessment methods and tools, calculation intervals, minimum requirements for the EPC report, and so on. Also, a lack of appropriate protocols for integrating smart and novel technologies into existing workflows. And finally, a lack of market trust in this instrument. So the main objective of ePANACEA is to overcome these challenges by developing a holistic methodology for the assessment and certification of the energy performance of buildings. Now, to achieve this main objective, we have defined an overall concept that involves developing innovation mainly on these three pillars. The first pillar is the next generation of features related to input data, such as a better consideration of user behavior and occupant patterns, and incorporating smart and novel technologies such as on-site production of renewable energy and the use of monitoring data also to increase accuracy. The second pillar would be the next generation of results, including new indicators, such as new global and partial indicators better understood by end users, recommendations based on user behavior, and also tailored recommendations based on a cost-optimal solution for deep renovation of buildings. In this pillar related to results, we also want to include a double orientation of the information included in the EPC. On one hand, focus on the needs of the administration based on standardized operational conditions to provide this objective comparison of the building stock, but on the other hand, a focus on the needs of building users as well, based in this case on the actual use of the building. And finally, the pillar 3 covers the next generation of tools because a next generation of EPCs requires a next generation of web-based tools and their innovative capabilities. In this case, the entire ePANACEA methodology has been implemented into the SEPAP, the Smart Energy Performance Assessment Platform, that integrate inverse modeling and automated calibration procedures for dynamic building energy simulations. Well, the ePANACEA methodology includes 3 different energy assessment methods with different approaches and a decision matrix to recommend the most suitable one for each case. The first one is the Smart and Performance Data-Driven of Building Energy Performance Assessment. Focuses on the use of monitoring data sources to complement the existing EPC schemes covering normalization and calibration of annual use. The second one is a simplified method based on monthly calculation interval. This is based on the methodology provided by the standard 52016 as part of the set of standards developed under the Commission mandate. And finally, the third method is the advanced and automated simulation modeling based on dynamic simulation for EPCs. That implies the development and optimization of a procedure for the use of dynamic simulation and auto-calibration of white box building energy models, including the improvement of the cost of effectiveness of the whole process in relation with the state of the art of this type of assessment. Well, related to the tools developed under the project, we have developed several tools to support the assessment method workflow, focused mainly on taking advantage of running models on the cloud, using computational powerful servers to minimize the use of time, besides with the implementation of automatic approaches for each step of the workflow, for modeling, calibration, calculation, cost-optimal assessment, and results. In addition to the online platform, a global installation package of the CEPAP tool has been developed for local installation on the user PC. This tool includes advanced functionalities to improve the cost effectiveness of the building energy model and auto-calibration. In addition to the energy performance assessment itself, additional calculated indicators to the EPCs, such as the SRI, comfort, and indoor air quality indicators have been implemented through these tools. Well, the methodology development is the core of our project, but it has been also supported by a triple feedback loop to ensure the quality and impact, as well as the reliability, user-friendliness, and cost-effectiveness of the whole methodology. Each of these three feedback loops can be used to support a specific target of the project. Workshops on the needs on the needs and perception of the end users have supported, for example, in terms of user-friendliness and clarity of information provided. Activities in the context of the Regional Exploitation Board, 5 Regional Exploitation Board, have supported in get feedback in relation with global aspects related to overall targets of the European Union. And finally, the third feedback loop is the testing and demonstration of the methodology through the assessment of the case studies in the 5 pilot countries, is validating the methodology from a technical perspective in terms of accuracy and cost effectiveness. Well, a little bit more about these three feedback loops. ePANACEA has conducted a total of 15 workshops during the project lifetime, 3 per pilot country, focusing on the integration of end-user perceptions, needs, and feedback. This has allowed to identify what information and how it should be provided to end users in terms of user-friendliness to increase market confidence in this tool. The ePANACEA project has managed also 5 regional exploitation boards covering the European Union through 5 geographical regions, as you can see in the slide, comprising European policy makers, certification bodies, consumer and professional associations, and other relevant stakeholders from the European Union. Finally, the ePANACEA methodology is currently being validated through the development of 15 real case studies, 3 per pilot country, covering very different climatic zones and a wide range of building typologies and data availability scenarios, including single-family houses, apartment blocks, offices, and educational buildings. For more information and access to most of the project's open access resources, please visit our channels, such as the project website, but also for your convenience, the ePANACEA Zenodo community, the GitHub repository, and the YouTube channel, where several video tutorials are currently available. So, thank you so much for your attention. If you prefer, contact us via email.
Thank you very much, Maria. I'd like to invite Andrei Vladimir Litiu from Riva to introduce the next part. And let me take the opportunity to thank Andrei, because she's one of the couple of people that have supported the next generation EPC cluster. One of the results of the work of the next generation EPC cluster is actually this joint conference from 3 projects of the cluster.
Thank you, Alexander, for the introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. And as Alexander pointed out, this family that we have all created together, I think it's something of unique added value. So we should further continue also with the younger sister projects. So be prepared to hand over the baton as soon as you come very close to the finish line. For everybody that's not aware in the room, you can see there a roll-up with the next-gen EPC cluster. This is how we call ourselves as the family. There are 2 projects still missing, so we need to update that. New projects are starting this autumn that will deal jointly with EPCs and DSRI. So more interesting things to come. But the groundwork has been laid very carefully by projects like yourselves. I'll cut to the chase. So we have now a session where we go a bit deeper in the content of these projects. Of course, we are only scratching the surface, but maybe we managed to provide some added value insights that you might have missed. Again, we will go in alphabetical order. Just housekeeping rules, lunch is coming towards us. We are half an hour delayed, so I'll be the bad guy and put an alarm. Normally you have 15 minutes for each project, so you'll hear a buzz at 10 minutes and then another one at 15 minutes. And depending on how you manage to squeeze in the content that you want in the time, we will still have or not time for discussion before the lunch break, or we take it to the lunch break. Just as a last note, I'm happy to be here also representing EPC Recast, this generation of projects, E-DYCE, ePANACEA, D2EPC. They have a 4th sister project, EPC Recast, which is longer. That's how it was designed, but it's a pleasure to be here and participate together and celebrate the great results that you have already started presenting. So first in line for D2EPC, we have Stavros Koltsios. Please, Stavros, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Stavros Koltsios. I'm an electrical engineer, and I work as a research associate in Center for Research Hellas, the Institute for Technologies, the Institute. My presentation will be on the synthesis of insights, the summary from the D2EPC project. Okay, so let's go. Our ecosystem consists of 11 modules, starting from the BIM-based digital twin, where we collect all the information from the building. Then we have 3 modules for examining the performance of the building, and another 3 for performing actions in order for indicating actions in order to improve their performance. Also, we make some benchmarking and verification processes through our tools, and we can also present our results in a GIS platform. We can access all of our tools through our D2EPC web platform. But now let's see them one by one. Starting with a BIM-based digital twin, we use BIM to gain all the static information for our building. Then we leverage the installed IoT equipment to take all the measurements either from indoor sensor or energy meters on the building. We integrate all this documentation in a unified data model, which enables us to insert computational intelligence in our model, and then have the final digital twin of our building. Regarding the asset and operational rating, we use the classification system that you see on the bottom of the screen. We have the classes from A to G. In the case of asset rating, we use the well-established series of ISO 52000. And we perform the energy demand, delivered energy, and primary energy calculations. And we have also adopted several values from the national documents. For the case of the operational rating, we were not so lucky to have a well-established methodology, so we had to make it from scratch. So we have the D-squared EPC proposed methodology, where we calculate 26 indicators related to delivered and primary energy, cost, CO2 emissions, and finally the energy class from A to G, as I said. Proceeding to the enhanced set of indicators, our platform is able to calculate the smart readiness indicator according to the latest EU regulations, the life cycle assessment according to the level scheme, the indoor environmental quality in terms related to thermal comfort, visual comfort, and indoor air quality, while at last the life cycle costing for our building. Proceeding to the added value services suite, we have the road mapping tool for performance upgrade, where we diagnose the envelope and technical systems of our building to generate multiple strategic scenarios and result to the building renovation roadmap. The AI-driven performance forecast module performs the building operational conditions forecasting, pattern identifications, and promotes recommendations on energy efficiency and human comfort. The performance alerts and notification module alerts the user for terms related to energy efficiency, human comfort recommendations, indoor environmental personalization, and so on and so forth. On the extended dynamic EPC application toolkit, we have the building performance benchmarking, where we perform the infrastructure and operational classification of buildings, produce percentile ratings within specified groups, like the location or the building type, extract insights from the certification results, and perform path indication for performance improvements. The energy performance and verification and credibility tool performs data stream reliability assurance through a series of quality checks and overall quality monitoring with a set of performance indicators. Also, it performs status monitoring of the deployed IoT infrastructure and provides an alerting mechanism for device malfunctions or poor data quality through a credibility user interface. Finally, the web platform is a common user-friendly environment where we can perform ad hoc execution of our services, and we can also upload our BIM files, set up the IoT equipment, validate the model. You will see later. The WebGIS tool is a tool which produces regional EPC-related statistics, visualizes the regional statistics with charts and plots, provides attributes and special querying capabilities, and an endpoint for data dissemination using OGC services. Also, it uses BIM visualization to show the BIM models. Now we can go to a fast demonstration of our platform. Okay, I hope you can see it. So I log in as an assessor. On the top right, you can see the profile details. Every assessor has an ID, and we can perform several actions like changing the password, etc. Starting from the BIM management, here we have the opportunity to upload one or more BIM files. As we can see, we have uploaded all the pilot files, but for now we will see only the case study one, the NZEB Smart Home. Here, after uploading the file and performing the validation checks, we can do some functionalities like changing the name of the file, provide the exact coordinates of our asset, share the BIM with other assessors or with tenants by providing the ID that I told previously, or download the data model of our building. The data model is the translation of the BIM file and the IoT sensoring in a JSON file. In the device management tab, we can see the installed IoT devices on our house. Not this house, this one. Here we can also upload and set up several other IoT devices. We can declare the thermal zone where it is located and the exact room, let's say in this bedroom, and the measurement and where the measurement refers. Then we can declare if it is a sensor that measures indoor conditions, like a CO2 sensor or a contact fire sensor, whatever, or if it is a meter. In the case it is a meter, we can declare the energy carrier that it measures and for what is it used, let's say for heating and domestic hot water, okay, and cooling. So, okay. And after declaring all this, we can see this information, the ID of the sensor and the device type, where it is located, to the list of sensors. By having uploaded all the IoT infrastructure, their measurements, and the BIM file, we are now in the position to see the BIM-based digital twin. As you can see, we have a 3D representation of our model. And by clicking on several elements, we can see their characteristics. For instance, we can see the area of this external wall, its shading factor, the orientation, the thermal transmittance, the U value. And on the bottom of the screen, we can see the measurements from the various sensors, deployed sensors. For instance, this sensor measures two variables, the humidity and the temperature. We can see in the last day, the last week, month, and year. Okay. So, by having everything set, we are now able to calculate the asset rating. Firstly, we see the energy class. In our case, we have a surplus of energy production, so the ratio is negative. And our building is characterized as Class A. Additionally, we can see the calculations report. As we can see, the report goes from the energy demand to the final energy calculation and the primary energy calculation. Here, we can isolate the services that we want, zoom at the area that we want. Okay, let's say I would like to examine the rest production in the summer months. Save the results as an image or see them in a data form. All the values can be either represented in absolute values, in kilowatt hours, or in relative values, normalized per area, kilowatt hours per square meter. Additionally, we can see the annual sums of all the energy, the calculated energy consumption on the bottom of our screen, either per energy service, heating, cooling, domestic hot water, etc., or per energy carrier. In this case, we have heat pumps for heating and cooling, so everything is electricity. Again, in kilowatt hours or kilowatt hours per square meter, and finally, we can see the cost per energy carrier and the CO2 emissions. In accordance to the asset rating, we have designed the operational rating page. Here we can see that even though we have calculated the class A, now the class is C, it is slightly above C, and again, we have now a pie chart where we can see the energy consumption, both per service and in the inner circle per energy carrier. So we have a quarter of our energy produced from renewable energy sources and the other from the grid. Again, we can isolate the service that we want and see some extra information about the part that we want when we hover over the area. Again, we have these values per month for primary energy, final energy, and the cost in this case. And beside the total values, the absolute values, we can see the normalized values per area, per volume, per occupant, and per occupancy hour. Again, we provide the same functionalities as previously. Last but not least, for the operational rating, we have the heat map of the annual energy consumption, of the daily variation of the annual energy consumption, where we can indicate the days that our energy consumption were more intense. In accordance to the results from the asset rating and the operational rating, we have the road mapping tool, which provides to the end user a timeline of renovation actions that they should take in order to increase the energy performance of their assets. In each renovation step, we have the expected results. And
Stavros, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah?
It's time.
How much time?
If you could please wrap up, thank you.
Okay. A few more. And some technical details as well. In the building performance, we can see the SRI, where we calculate according to the latest standards. Here we provide some input of our building, then the presence of its domain, and when we go into the domain, we can show for the service if it is applicable and which is the functionality level. So after having all set, we are now ready to calculate it. And the results are presented both in a bar chart and in a tabular form. Finally, I would like to show the WebGIS, where we can see statistics for EPCs per area or for areas within higher resolution. We can compare two areas. Let's say this one, no, we can compare them. There are also some download links, some information about the module, and a way to contact them. Going back to the platform, there is also the ability to upload CSV files for energy measurements. And that's all for now. I think, Andre, I'm not too late.
Thank you very much, Stavros, for the interactive presentation. Next in line, we have the colleagues from E-DYCE. We start with Michal Pomianowski, and then we will continue with Giacomo Chiesa. The floor is yours, guys. And again, you will hear an alarm at 10 minutes and then at 15. Thank you.
Yes, we do our best to keep the time in line. So I will start, Giacomo will take over. We go a little bit deeper now into what I started to present in the first session. In here, I would actually start upside down to start from the feedback and so the stage number 3 that I finished with, where we visualize the results that we use physics middleware for. We have a new scheme, which is a dynamic EPC with a new KPIs that we have identified, and also performance gap visualization and weekly updates of the results. So it means we aggregate the results. Even though we have hourly results, we go to weekly aggregation and up to yearly aggregation of the results for the communication of these. Then, in order to know what the KPIs are, we had to develop a DEPC protocol which actually defines these KPIs that we want to visualize, while we also had to do that in order to know what we need to compute in our platform, which is the pre-DYCE platform for the computation of the results. In the pre-DYCE platform that will be presented in the last session, we create a building model based on the input files, and we also integrate the monitored data to calculate the performance gap to the to the calculated results. And we have a possibility to run the simulation based on the standard weather condition, but as well with respect to the monitored weather condition, so the actual boundary condition. And then actually, in order to create these calculations, we need to have the input that are required to run the models. So this goes back to the first step, which is the E-DYCE inspection protocol, where we collect all of the static information about the building. This can come from the EPCs, but also from the building inspection itself. This, in first step, we also collect the necessary input about the standard condition of use for the asset, and also adapted condition of use, which are bringing us closer to the actual situation in the building and actual use and loads in the building. This also includes the schedules, etc. At the very early stage, so in the stage number 1, we also need to secure the monitoring of the building, so to have the data for later on to use them for the performance gap. So this is the sequence. And now if we go to the logistic of how it looks in our case, well, from the left side, you can see we have our protocol with new KPIs, and we have the monitoring. So the protocol we use to know what the pre-DYCE simulation tool needs to compute. Monitoring we use to store in the physics middleware that is at the end of the right corner. And then the monitoring results from the physics middleware goes to the pre-DYCE. Pre-DYCE calculates dynamically the performance of the building, and then communicates the results for the visualization back to the physics middleware, where we have a desktop and mobile application. If the model is not compatible with the pre-DYCE, because it's also the possibility, because there are certain requirements to run the pre-DYCE, we can still do the DEPC analysis according to our protocol and produce the recommendation for the end user, but in a less standardized way. So it means we do not have the same unified visualization of the results, etc. We are not complying with, let's say, all the scheme, but we still can compute all of the necessary information that are required by the case-by-case situation. Then we know what we want to do. So let's say the goals are clear, but on the way to realize these, we have detected that there are several challenges actually to realize that. So it's easy for us to know where we want to go, but it was not easy to realize this. These challenges were several. Here I have focused only on, or list only 5 of these challenges to realize this dynamic and operational E-DYCE DEPC scheme. The first one is about the performance gap, so the difference between the operational and standard calculated and adapted calculated condition. The second challenge is about securing the operational assessment, which is about the bridging of the monitoring information into our platform and later use it for the performance gap. The third one is about model simplification. Once we move from static calculation to dynamic one, we have additional challenge. It's not for free that we do this simulation, so we have to be careful in which direction we go and what we do so that we do not block this possibility for being feasible. The fourth challenge is about communicating of the results, so what KPIs we select and what is communicated to whom. And the last one is about using the operational data for the prediction possibility, which we also developed, that I will show you in a moment. So now these 5 challenges, I will go one by one a little bit deeper into them. The first one is the performance gap. In here, we had to identify what are the standard and what are the adapted conditions. So the standard condition, Olena, and adapted condition, Olena, will share with you in the next presentation what these are, where they come from. Also here, we also use the monitoring results. Then another step in this here performance gap is the unification of the visualization of the results, how this will be visualized. In here, we are still in progress. I think very soon we will close this part and we have the visualization outcome ready. And another thing was a long discussion how we should actually communicate the results, because we are down to hourly resolution data, sometimes even less than hourly resolution data. And how do we communicate this to the audience, so to our customers? We agreed that some kind of a good compromise would be on the weekly basis and up to the monthly towards yearly communication of the results. Then the performance gap is not only on the energy, because we moved to the dynamic calculation, so we have a possibility to calculate energy, but as well indoor environment qualities. So in here we have identified that we can do a performance gap on the 4 domains, which is the energy signature, which is linking the energy with outdoor condition, understand better when and what is energy used for, so space heating and domestic hot water, for example. And the next one too are free running operations, so when the mechanical systems are operating or not, and indoor air quality, which are the CO2 and temperature in our case. The second challenge was about operational assessment, bridging the monitoring data to the platform. And another one challenge that we took is to use actually the operational data and to make it more useful for us for the performance gap. We focused here on the smart heat meter data to make it useful for the performance gap analysis. Regarding the left one, so the energy monitoring data, we have secured the monitoring of energy from energy meters, indoor air quality from the sensors located in the apartments. We have unified the sensor names so that we could carry out the performance gap between the monitoring and simulations. We had to come up with a custom solution for buildings because the market is quite dispersed. So we have different APIs, etc., to communicate to. It is not easy, it's not very regulated area, so it required actually a lot of effort to link all of the monitoring solutions in the building to our platform. The other challenge that we have experienced was to collect the informed consent from the tenants. This is necessary at the moment. To access this data, we have to have an informed consent sign. It's a bottleneck which actually required a lot of effort to be secured and to give us the access to these data. And the last is about the standardized data processing, which probably Vagelis will tell you a little bit more how physics is dealing with that. Another effort we did for working with the operational data is to disaggregate the smart heat meter data that we have. So at the moment we can see we have more and more buildings having the smart heat meter data available, because of the directives that requires this in the buildings connected, for example, to district heating. But these meters measure total heat. So they do not differentiate between the space heating and domestic hot water. And we can see a lot of performance gap because of either space heating or domestic hot water, one or the other. So in order to understand the performance gap and compare it to the simulation, we need to disaggregate this total heat. For that, we have developed a special algorithm to disaggregate this space heating and domestic hot water. And then we validated that as well in another project. We have actually quite good results, and we are still improving that algorithm. Here you can see some of the results for a building where you can see the green and pink colors. One is estimated, another one is measured, so we are quite good in some cases to do these estimates. The next challenge was about model simplification. This is also necessary because, well, we now are very ambitious, but we have to stay realistic. So when we move from static calculation, which were developed to be cheap, affordable, and not so effort demanding, we have a challenge that now we introduce a more sophisticated modeling solution. And in order to do that, we need to understand, okay, what is the balance that we want to, where we want to end up. And you can simulate your model very detailed with a lot of zones, etc., and very detailed facilities for heating, ventilation, etc. But as well, you can try to decrease this effort to simplify the models, but you need to be aware if the quality is still there. That's what was mentioned in the first presentation. We need to secure the quality of our outcomes. So for the geometry simplification, we could see actually that we can simplify it quite a lot, the models. We have a quite good agreement between the detailed models and simple one-zone models, which you can see on the results here. We have a linear regression between the two most detailed and most simple solution for the geometry, but this is for the heating-dominated climate. So we have analyzed this for Denmark, for Switzerland, for example, similar for north of Italy. But for cooling, we did not do so much work on that, so this is still a question. For the facilities and modeling of this, we have heating and ventilation that we have investigated. For the heating season comfort, we see quite good agreement in how we simulate the things. For the no heating season, when the building is in free running operation, we can see actually quite large deviation of the results. So here, how we model things is actually important, and we cannot simplify it freely. The next challenge was about the protocol. So what is this that we want to communicate? In general, the conclusion is that we grow in number of results or the possible outcomes. So in here, we came up that we have to differentiate by the private audience, so private tenants, owners of the buildings, and specialists, experts. Anyway, we ended up with 7 KPIs for the tenants and 28 for the professional end users, which this 28 fits quite well with the previous presentation. That's what we can see is the consequence of that. Anyway, here we did downscale of the number of KPIs that we communicate. Then in the EPC protocol, we define that we do calculation on the weekly aggregation up to yearly data aggregation. We focus on the asset, adapted, so condition of use closer to actual, and operational condition. And each KPI has to have a unique name. Then we work with the KPI domains that I said to you before: energy, energy signature, free running, and indoor environment quality. No? Okay. The last challenge, or the challenge that we took, is to see if it's, with the measured data that we have, if it's possible to do the predictions of energy use, and then think, okay, how could we use that? We did the work to do the prediction of energy use on the short term, middle term, and long term, so 24-hour, weekly, and monthly, with quite good results, under the condition that we have a sufficient historical data of good quality. So this is possible. You can see the results for heating energy in one of the demonstration case that had a sufficient historical data. And we did not use these results so much, but we were thinking that actually there is great potential for using these results One possibility for using this is to check if the building is not drifting away from its previous, let's say, historical energy use. This doesn't mean that we are optimizing here the operation. We just see that it's not drifting from its current operation. If we look in a small, let's say the more narrow and smaller time frame, so week and day, we can see if the building is actually, when it is starting to differ from what is expected. And then we can actually start to look into other measured parameters to see the reason for the building drifting away from what is expected. So it is some kind of a fault detection and fault diagnosis tool as well, which is actually happening in a lot of buildings. We can see, I think, 70% of the district heating connected buildings.
Sorry, Michal, to be the bad guy. Maybe that 15 minutes are off, but maybe if you could hand over to Giacomo, that would be excellent.
I'm done.
Super, thank you. And Giacomo, if you can be as brief as possible.
As university professor, we can speak 1 hour and think in 1 second and do the opposite also. So we will try to do that. So hello, I'm Giacomo Chiesa for the Polytechnic of Turin University. And we will have a few slides only reminding the fact, thanks also to our partner core, that is working especially in the market domain, that what we are speaking about, and I think not only at the E-DYCE project, probably all the projects involved in this type of work, as a good and promising market that is growing behind them. So we have the possibility in some way to test and expand what we are working here, hoping at least for company in the next year. It's clearly that everyone who has working in the building domain point of view know that the renovation market is growing. Now we have only, if you look at data and expected data in the next few here, okay, with the lack of 2020 for COVID reasons, that's clear, the renovation market is pushing. And behind the pushing point of view, we have at least, we can say, 3 challenges, opportunities. Now, someone driven by European Commission, now renovation waves, with the aims to double at least the annual renovation rate by very few years, and the possibility to foster deep energy renovation and support the next, by 2020, aims to decarbonize the building sector. It's clear in the Next Generation EU also support with its recovery plan this possibility, and also in some way incentives the fact that also residential owners may have their houses refurbishment and supported. And on this point of view, there is market trends, climate change, rising risk with fossil fuels, now we know, and clearly a second market domain, which is the smart building, intelligence building, that will be growth, and as we see, is very spread, and it's not so easy also to integrate faster different technologies and providers. In addition to that, for example, E-DYCE is also thinking in a way in which data collection and data possibility, the extra data that we produce for the dynamic simulation and for managing the buildings, in line to what we propose in our protocol, is also maybe applied, for example, to other companies' interests. Like, for example, the environmental social governance management reporting of companies may take advantages and is compatible with what we propose. In addition to that, as E-DYCE, we support not only to target one specific list of stakeholders of end user, but a larger one. Now we have developed a Python interface of Energy Plus totally new. We have other supporting approaches and smart meter methodology, and we have several other renovation roadmap approaches and methodology and building performance KPIs that may be used by research institution, building association and building construction association, and consultant, including EPC expert, or why not, designer support. If we want only to collect, and for reason of time I will only mention a couple of keywords, clearly, of expert and policy recommendation that we have, it's important to mention the fact that the standard condition of EPC may be a good starting point, but we are still looking at the approach that we propose in the EPC protocol is very useful if we want to start to having a more deeper, or when you can say, analysis of energy consumption, and also so the application of energy saving policies or energy saving, I don't know, retrofitting choices of designer and people working in FORT using realistic conditions with specific point of view. In addition to that, it's clearly evident that the use of dynamic tools may be very valuable and very needed if we want to look at not only constant heat losses, but for example, dynamic phenomena like ventilative cooling, the support of free running technology that currently, for example, are not included in the majority of member states EPC protocol. In addition to that, we also have the fact that it's important to take account about the monitoring simplification objectives, like modeling, like monitoring in general is clearly that we monitor or we model for a given purposes. But it's very important to focus the fact that yearly monitor, yearly end data or build data will support energy performance, but does not detect the performance gap reason in some way, because we're not able to have a weekly time frame with early resolution to detect where is the peak of the problem and where the problem is in. In addition to that, it's also important in some way to disaggregate the KPIs, to have an idea, that's possible in some of the EPC, but not in all, to have an idea of the space heating, domestic water, this type of things, to have an idea again, so where the problem may arise. And in addition, to show the indoor environmental quality condition to end user, because that's alone a downscaling on them or a bad misunderstanding of the integration of free running. For policy recommendation, we clearly use the Geneva Canton case because it's our territorial case, so we have a sort of different domains in respect to some of the member state one. No? The need to communicate end user, the real end user data to officer, to central officers, it looks to be very interesting, very promising in some way, because there's a law to promote innovation, have energy WB storages accessible, okay? Because now that's not like that. And also have the possibility to have an idea and support complementary policy tool that help people in having feedback after the renovation support. And also the policy to understand if the subsidies are really working well or not, and how to optimize this type of solutions. And in order to finalize our presentations, it's clearly evident that final energy in some way is not so bad to be shown, at least small in some way, because it's what we can directly compare with what we may have by actual use, no? Like the primary in some ways is difficult to be looked at. And in addition to that, it's also important to include in EPC in some way if you have a metering scheme, structured clearly and a long time presenting, because in a disaggregated way, ventilation, heating, cooling, whenever it is, to support this type of things. We will prepare now white papers and a deeper list of recommendations, so if you are interested, please stay tuned and register to our mailing list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, maybe this is food for thought for you proposal writers here in the room to select the name starting with the first letters of the alphabet. So ePANACEA, we will have two colleagues, Aitor Dominguez, followed by Laura Mur. Aitor, the floor is yours, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you to everyone to be here. I'm trying to be short because we have share slides with my partner from the project, and we are going to explain just instead of the global part of the project. Sorry, I think. I don't know what is the problem. It was working. Okay. Okay. Sorry. And so as I told you, I try to be short, and I'll try to give the perspective from the one of the member states of from the obligations that we have for the EPCs. I work for the Spanish Energy Saving Agency and Diversification Agency, and we work very close to the Spanish Ministry, and we are in charge with the EPC system in Spain, and we work all together with many other countries, member states, trying to develop an EPC system in Europe more or less homogeneous. So that we have information about what are our barriers, what are our problems, and ePANACEA during these 3 years has been solving some of the problems that maybe we have to include in our systems in next years because of the new EPBD or because we realize that we are something that we have to change in order to improve several aspects of the EPC systems. That are the global objectives of the ePANACEA at the beginning of the project, as we saw in the very beginning presentation. And I'll try to join with some of the aspects that Paul Ray in the first presentation give us about what are the needs of EPC for the next years and how ePANACEA has tried to solve that in the project. The three main aspects that we are going to develop, or ePANACEA has tried to develop during the project, has been technological aspects, how to improve technological aspects, how to improve the political aspects, or how to involve political movements or change to take into account all the new necessities, and the market necessities. I try to explain the political and technological aspects, and Laura is going to explain more about the market developments in the projects. As Maria told you in the previous slides, the project tries to develop three calculation methodologies, as we need to evaluate EPCs not only as we thought 10 years ago, 20 years ago. EPCs were created 20 years ago. Now, I think after a lot of years, we have a very important change in the last years, is that nowadays, and with the new needs, and I try to make you remember one of the slides of Pau in the very beginning, in which he tries to represent all the connections that EPC has with a lot of aspects. One of the main changes in the last 2-3 years, and that we didn't have 10 years ago, is that EPC nowadays is mandatory, and EPC has a very economical importance in Europe, because it is linked to subsidies, it is linked to mandatory aspects in many countries, and so that we need to try to develop a system or try to improve our systems, take into account that EPC is always a way to give information people about how is the building, if it's good or not, with a content price, so a balanced price, because in any other case we could need an audit. That is something that is another thing. And finally, we must to give confidence to the people and banks and financial institutions in order to develop a system to the retrofit and to the refurbishment of the buildings in Europe. That with the new EPBD directive is going to be mandatory probably in 5-6 years alone. So maybe all that changes that ePANACEA tries to develop and that has tried to develop in the project is trying to give that three options, three possibilities, trying to choose methodologies related with ISO and UNE norms, and trying to develop a system that is very specific and a little bit complex, but gives information about how real consumption is being developed in every building. Trying to give adaptive recommendations to people that are really useful when you have to invest in the building in order to refurbish the one. Apart from that, the three methodologies include several changes that along these 3 years of the project has been included in the EPBD because maybe are needed not only for project developers but also for all member states, has been asking to the European Commission to improve the EPBD with aspects as AI integration technologies or even trying to develop an homogeneous way to evaluate certifications EPCs between member states, because all the obligations, the new obligations of the EPC are going to be the same for all countries, and maybe the way in which you calculate energy consumption in buildings should be more or less similar between countries. In order to do it, as Maria told you before, we have the Smart Energy Performance Assessment platform in which you can find all that information, how is developed all the systems, how are achieve all that recommendations, specialized recommendations for people. And the most important part from the member states' point of view is the possibility of developing the building passport for everyone in a way that is homogeneous for all member states, trying to develop not only the system, but also intercomparisons between countries, between buildings, between different systems, try to know how is the EPC results between many buildings with the same solution. And as I told you before, with a balance between an audit and EPC. It's not a EPC just for information, just for intercompare buildings, but also it's not an audit because the cost of an audit maybe is not enough. And from the point of view of member states, if we had to control all that EPCs that are similar, something similar to an audit, should be impossible. And I try to remember you one of the information that Pau gave us at the very beginning, that they expect to have nearly the 90% of the buildings controlled by member states. That is something impossible if you have to control an audit and how it's done between all member states and in the same similar way. So maybe one of the main purpose of this project is trying to do this with a control effort and with a control price of the EPC. From the point of view of administration, from the political point of view, the most important things that we have achieved with the project is try to analyze all the needs of the sector with reps, as Maria told you before, and the market perspective that Laura is going to tell you after me, and how all that EPC systems can be adapted to the new EPBD. We know about the drafts of that new EPBD, and maybe all that information is integrated in the project, and it's going to facilitate the complement with EPBD for all member states. The regional exploitation boards that we have been developed has been very important because we have achieved very useful information about what are the needs and how to develop and how to solve the problems that we have found. And maybe it's very interesting the results of this. I invite you to visit our website and all the webs that we have, as Maria told you before, trying to find out the results of the regional exploitation boards outcomes. And finally, just to emphasize the importance of the ePANACEA with the current EPBD revision progress, integrating the SAI mandatory system in the actual EPBD system with a balanced price, as I told you before, integrating the EPBC actual consumption systems with the standardized that we have nowadays, more or less in all member states, improve the confidence of the people and financial institutions in the EPC in order to improve the investments or the possibility of refurbishment of the building in all Europe. And finally, trying to adapt the EPC outcomes to what people need according with the market, with all the information that we have achieved, and Laura is going to tell you about what are trying to make the EPC something not only useful for administration or for technical people as we are here, but also for people that is outside here that need to understand what is an EPC and try to take all the important information for them and trying to develop and to use it to achieve the targets. And thank you. I think, Laura, it's your floor.
Thank you, Aitor. Laura, the floor is yours. In principle, we have 5 minutes left, but yeah, just stick to exactly the main content that you want to share with us. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Okay, yeah, as I was introduced, my name is Laura Moore. I'm working for E-DYCE, that's a research institute in Saarbrücken. It's a research institute for future energy systems. Yeah, and I give you an overview of the user-related tasks we conducted during ePANACEA, which in the broader extent is of course related to the market insights as Aitor introduced. So yeah, I try to be short in time. That's a visualization you've already seen in the beginning, and so we had the 3 feedback loops in the project, and 2 of them were focusing on participatory actions. And yeah, I was coordinating one of them, so the orange one with the regarding the users of EPC with a focus on the end users. Yeah, what was our purpose of integrating them in the project? Yeah, it was to learn about users' critiques, needs and suggestions for improvement regarding the development of the ePANACEA methodology, and also a proposal for new EPC summary pages. And of course to increase the awareness of EPC users. And yeah, this task were supported by the partners in our pilot countries, CNEA in Spain, Vito in Belgium, VTT in Finland, EAST in Austria, and CRES in Greece. So yeah, what did we do? We had several occasions where we collected feedback from users via stakeholder interviews in the beginning to actually gain a deeper understanding of what users know about the EPC already, how they use it, and so on. And then we had 3 rounds of different user workshops with different purposes. In the first one, we openly collected critiques and suggestions to improve the current national EPCs, which are, as you know, quite different among the EU member states. And then in the second workshop, we already had some proposals in order to improve an EPC, where users evaluated them and gave further input into how to improve it. And then we had a final workshop where we presented our suggestion for a new EPC layout to one group and presented the current EPC to the other group, and we compared their evaluation and acceptance in order to see whether our proposal now performed better. So who did we actually take into consideration? We didn't only focus on end users, but on everyone along the value chain of EPC. That means also on other stakeholders such as policymakers, energy advisors, architects, craftsmen, all those actually who could get into contact with end users and thereby also influence their opinion building regarding EPC and energy efficiency, because we learned that the EPC itself is not self-explanatory to most end users, but they need some assistance from experts who explain them what the information means. Here you see that we in total in all participatory actions had 375 participants where we collected feedback from, and you see from the diagram that about half were end users and the other half were composed of other stakeholders which are experts in this field. To come to some interesting results, this shows you what stakeholders associate with the EPC. That's now almost 2 years ago, and you see that end users rather have negative associations, which are in blue. So you see that to them it's a mandatory document, it means extra costs, it's obligatory, some say it's a problem, and so on. Whereas, yeah, policymakers or other experts, of course, they know about the theoretical value of the EPC, that it can be used, that it's the only document which actually shows the as-built situation, and so on, that it's used to compare buildings. And the main important needs by end users are, so their statements were they want to know what their real energy consumption is and the related costs. And also to that they want reliable information about individual recommendations, including also hints for everyday energy behavior. So yeah, because they say, what does it help them if they have a mandatory standardized document which doesn't display the real situation? However, as we heard before, experts point out the original purpose of EPC, that it should be based on standardized calculations in order to compare the energy efficiency of buildings. So there is quite a gap between those two main stakeholder groups. And therefore, ePANACEA proposes a way to integrate the end-user dimension, so not to provide information about real energy consumption, but to use a calibrated model and to provide information which is based on standard and actual conditions, which can be provided as a supplement to end users, so that they have more individual information. And further main recommendations from our feedback loops with stakeholders were to streamline the content of the EPC and make it easy to understand. As we heard before from another project, there could be, for example, a core EPC and an add-on where additional information is provided so that not everything is in one core element. And we were also aiming, or we did actually split the EPC into several pages. So the first ones are oriented towards all, whereas there are 2 additional pages oriented only to end users. Taking into account the different knowledge levels and that end users need a different language in order to understand it. And I will skip those 2 last points. We also had a task where we went deeper into the energy behavior in buildings. We heard before, I will not repeat it in depth, that occupant behavior plays an important role in energy consumption in buildings. It's not only the building envelope and the building installations, but also the user, him or herself, who lives there. And that needs to be shown to them that how they can influence the energy efficiency in a building. This we do through the integration of actual conditions in ePANACEA and by the use of the calibrated model. From theory and research, we know that there is a need to reduce this performance gap, but this also somehow meets end users' demands on more individual and tailored information. So we think it's a really important aspect to tackle. This is my last slide, just briefly showing 2 pages of our proposal for new EPC summary pages. And those were developed and optimized throughout the whole project lifetime based on the rep meetings, the different user workshops, and also feedback from the project partners in order to also make sure that it's in line with the ePANACEA objectives and methodology. Currently we tested those, and the outcomes says that it's perceived as useful by the majority, but it even has to be more easy to understand for end users and more streamlined. So and this could be all well realized in a digital version. So I think it's valuable to keep working on a digital EPC where additional information can easily be shown by clicking on something. Yeah, and just what I want to say regarding the use of EPC, it's of course important how the EPC looks and how understandable it is, how useful it is, but it's only also the context around it. So 3 years ago, I haven't talked to many persons who said they will use it, but now the whole context has changed and energy performance became more important, prices raised for energy. So that's why I think that also the EPC will be used more by users, how good it is or not. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We've made up very slightly for the delays, so I will ask you to have lunch. I will invite you to go out to the lobby where the lunch has been served, and please be back at exactly 1:15. No, sorry, 1. So because we have a very strict limitation on the use of the space here, so it's very important that we are back in time, actually a quarter behind, but at least we can make up for the rest in the next part of the conference. Thank you again for being here, and of course please don't hesitate to reach out to our speakers during the lunch, and even more during the networking cocktail we'll have at the end of the conference. That I think will provide even more opportunities for questions. Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to see you in the next half of the conference. Hello. Thank you very much for being back in time. I have a request. Is there a doctor in the room? No. I just wanted to get your attention. But is there someone who has a laser pointer by any chance? I mean, you found one? Perfect. So, solved. Is there a doctor in the room by any chance? I mean a doctor, medical doctor, not PhDs. I'm sure that we have a lot of PhDs. Okay. Well, thank you. Welcome to the second part. I would like to invite Martin de Grote from Vito, who will be our moderator for this part. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Good afternoon all. Good to see you. It's quite an impressive stage, a more impressive hallway to receive all of you. When I entered, actually, yesterday evening I was watching House of Dragons and I felt a little bit like him in the same scene again. So we have, actually we'll move on because we have 1 hour. We have 3 projects. We have 5 presenters. And afterwards, I hope that you will provide many questions. So make sure that, well, you will definitely be attentive, but it's always more fun for all if there is some exchange. I hear some zoo. I don't know if I hear some background noise. Okay, so actually I would like to introduce already the first speaker from D2 EPC. I was wondering, is it D square EPC, but I understood it's D2 EPC, and then we have Giacomo Chiesa from Politecnico di Torino. I propose that you will do a little bit an introduction about yourself, and then you can shoot right away about the project. Thank you.
So I wish I were in Torino, but actually I'm based in Cyprus. I'm Paris Fogaris from Frederick Research Center.
Sorry for that.
And I'm presenting for the E2PC. Thank you. Okay, great. We also have a laser pointer. So, let me introduce myself. My name is Paris Fogaris. I'm an associate professor at Frederick University in Cyprus, and I'm also a researcher at Frederick Research Center. Today I will present you about the operational rating standard, an initiative that was developed in the E2PC project, and I will show you more or less what is, let's say, planned for this activity. However, I do not see my presentation here. This one works. I'm working with this one right now.
Yes, but you're not showing this. It's there.
Oh, okay.
So here you go.
I work with this one. Okay, great. So, to begin with, the definition of the operational rating. This is something that we already have from the standard, the 52000 EN standard. However, due to the fact that I don't read this screen and I have to read there, I need to take my glasses, so I request for 30 seconds. Apologies for that, sorry. Okay, so D2EPC worked a lot on the case of the operational rating of buildings. And actually, D2 stands for dynamic and digital. Dynamic, it's a very nice Greek word, which means something that changes with time. This is also what operational rating is about. It's about discussing how the energy assessment of a building can occur, not just once during the design of the building and the commissioning of the building, not every 10 years as the directive is currently imposing, but that can happen on a regular basis, that is on a biannual or even annual basis. And this was a vision that we had in the D2EPC to bring the operational rating closer to the European citizens, to have a solution that would allow for the regular rating, for the regular energy assessment of buildings. And actually, the tool that was earlier presented by Stavros, I believe that this is the first tool that we have, first software tool that we have available on the operational rating of buildings. The fact is that currently some member states, particularly 11 member states, have a scheme in place for the operational rating of buildings, but we do not have a common understanding in terms of a European standard concerning what is operational rating and how we perform the operational rating of buildings. There are some elements in the EN 52000 standard series, and this is what we read in this slide. We have a definition in the standard about operational rating, what is operational rating. And we also have some, let's say, further classifications of the operational rating, which are shown in this slide here. As you can see, a major element of the operational rating is the fact that this has to be corrected. So we cannot take a measurement and just assess a building. So we always need to correct a measurement, to, let's say, validate a measurement, and to improve it in order to have a correct measurement for an operational rating. And this, of course, is a major challenge that we have in the field. If we could discuss about some features for the operational rating, we know for sure that the operational rating delivers much more accurate results. It's better to measure something, it's better to measure energy consumption rather than doing the calculation of it. And apparently when we do the measurement, when we measure for defining the performance of the building, the results that we have are much more accurate. And this is the one element that characterizes operational rating. What is the second element, which has been the obstacle all these years to have schemes for operational rating being developed? It is the fact that in order to measure, we need to have hardware, we need to have the equipment, we need to have the devices installed in a building that provide the information about the actual energy consumption of the building. And the need for equipment actually hindered all these years the development of the operational rating as, let's say, the major way of certifying the energy performance of buildings. But recently we have a development. This development refers to the smart meters. We know by definition that by 2030, all buildings across Europe are expected to have smart meters installed. The reason for having the smart meters is, of course, not for the operational rating of buildings, it's for the energy market. It's to allow the liberalization of the energy market and the operation of energy suppliers among member states. However, this is a development that also supports the idea of further developing and integrating the operational rating in the European building stock. And this is what we describe now. We expect that in the following years, 225 million smart meters will be installed in buildings across Europe, and this is a target for 2024. The member states have already initiated many actions towards this direction, and we do know that with this development, we will have the grounds, we will have much more information required to extract the operational rating for buildings. And given all the work that was carried out in the E-DYCE and by realizing the conditions currently in Europe in this field, the E-DYCE proposed to the European standardization body a new standard, for a new standard. The title of the standard is shown in this slide. It's called Energy Performance of Buildings, Operational Rating, Requirements for Assessing Operational Rating. This standard was, let's say, proposal for this standard was submitted in September 22. It was approved in December 22, and in February 23, we had our kickoff meeting, our first physical meeting with 19 CEN members. That was in Berlin, in DIN, to initiate the activities, the actions, all the required steps in order to develop the standard for the operational rating. And as a, let's say, summary of the scope of the standard is shown in this slide, we wish to provide methodologies for data acquisition and data processing in order to obtain measured energy performance assessment and operational rating of buildings. So this is the main scope of the standard. And the measured energy performance can be used for 3 different purposes, as we define them in the description of the standard: to rate the entire building or to provide partial performance indicators. I just want to make a statement here. Our, let's say, wording is developed and defined based on the wording of existing standards. So we follow the same rationale and the same approach as for the asset rating standard, to validate calculated energy performance and to confirm the improvement of the energy performance of buildings following the implementation of an energy conservation measure. So this is the overall scope of the standard. And we have in the next 2 slides a list, a non-exhaustive list on some topics that we wish to analyze and define in terms of this standard. First of all, we wish to provide the procedures that should be followed in order to derive and deliver the measured energy performance assessment of a building. Now, we have to clarify that these procedures are at this point still not defined in terms of a European standard. So that is why we have identified the gap, and we are working towards delivering a solution and some answers for this one. The other big question that we have in terms of operational rating concerns the reference building. So the vast majority of the member states just provide an energy performance indicator in terms of energy per area. This, though, may not be sufficient and may not deliver comparable results as with the case of the asset rating, meaning that we do need to have some joint understanding and some joint definitions concerning the reference building for the operational rating. Also, as we have seen earlier, the 52000 standard series recognize the fact that we cannot just use measurements to deliver an operational rating standard. We need to correct these measurements. So in terms of this standard, we also discuss on the normalization procedures that we will need to follow up in order to consider aspects like weather, occupancy, or level of service of the building under discussion. We also discuss in the standard about the indicators. So there are numerous indicators that can be used in order to characterize the operational rating of the building. You can take the energy of a different service by different carrier, weighted by area, by volume, by the age of the building, by occupancy, by different aspects. So we have defined, or we are trying to define, the different indicators that need to be assessed in terms of operational rating. Also, operational rating is about measuring. So we also need to discuss about those properties that need to be measured in the case where we wish to define the operational rating of a building. So what we measure, how it is measured, in which frequency, under which conditions, boundaries, and so forth. Also, we are trying to introduce some elements which refer to comparison between asset and operational rating. There are some studies in the literature which reveal what is more or less the relation between the two assessments, the two ratings. We wish to introduce some procedures in the standard which will be used in order to assess the performance of the two different ratings. And another aspect, in a similar manner as with the ISO 52003, is that we also wish to introduce some elements concerning minimum requirements for the operational rating. And of course, we also discuss about the equipment, what are the minimum requirements for the equipment which needs to be used in order to get the measurements for performing the operational rating of a building. As said, this standardization activity is supported, is backed up by 3 projects. The EPC project, which is a first generation EPC project for the next generation EPCs, and 2 projects that were initiated last summer, the Smart Living EPC and the Chronicle. All 3 projects have specific tasks and activities which support this standardization activity. And this is very important based on the fact that in order to complete our standard, we will need another 2.5 years at least. So we have another 2 projects that are currently being implemented and will end up in summer 25 that will back up this standard. And at this point, I need to state that in terms of the EPC, the partners that have strongly worked for this standard are, of course, our coordinator CERT, FRC, and UNE, the standardization body of Spain. And these partners are also actively involved in Smart Living EPC and Chronicle. So this secures the fact that the activities related to the standardization of the operational assessment of buildings will be continued and hopefully successful by the end of the project. Now, a tentative structure of the standard as we started developing and delivering the standard. The structure has more or less 5 pillars. The first one is to describe what we assess. The second one, how we assess it. The third one, the post-processing procedures. We also comment on the actual deliverable of the procedure and how we compare the outcomes of the asset and the operational rating. In terms of the first question, what is assessed, we are discussing about the definition of the objects and the building categories that we are assessing. We describe them in the standard, the technical building systems that are assessed, the APB features that need to be considered, the assessment boundaries, the energy carriers, and the energy use. As with regard to how this is assessed, we discuss on the equipment and the instrumentation that needs to be used for conducting this exercise, as well as on the procedures and the practices that we need to follow in order to develop and deliver the required information for performing the operational assessment. We also discuss on the measurement period, that is the frequency, how often we should deliver the results of the operational rating, as well as on the measurement interval, that is what is the interval of consecutive measurements in order to assess the operational rating of buildings. At this point, it is very important to comment the fact that the measurement period introduces new aspects also in the field of policy making, as a regular assessment of buildings also allows for measures, for policy measures, for improving the energy performance of buildings and brings the EPCs and the classification closer to the energy audits. Having a regular view image of the actual energy performance of buildings allows for safe conclusions with regard to measures that need to be taken in order to improve the energy performance of a building in terms of recommendations. This was also demonstrated earlier by Stavros when he was presenting the tool that we have, specific recommendations which are quantified and monetized and allow for regular improvement of the building. Also, in terms of how we post-process, we discuss about corrections, how we perform weather-based corrections or occupancy corrections, of level of service corrections to the measurements that we have, as well as how we develop and deliver reference values for this purpose. And of course, we also discuss about the primary standard energy performance. And with regard to what we deliver from this assessment, we discuss about the indicators, different types of indicators, and we have here a set of indicators that were used in D2EPC for the operational rating. We also discuss about how we assess the different energy carriers, the different energy uses, and as well as how we extract all this information in the certificate. And of course, we also discuss about the compliance of this procedure with other, let's say, PB ratings. Now, concluding, I would like to state that to our point of view, that is a D2EPC team point of view, the fact that the Horizon funded project has resulted to a European standard, or at least is trying to result to a European standard, is, to our point of view, one major outcome of this project of D2EPC. And hopefully, if everything goes well, it will deliver a document that will be used for many years by many engineers, by many, let's say, public authorities in order to allow the introduction and the integration and establishment of operational rating schemes. And my last, let's say, comment, I'm making this comment as a researcher that comes from Cyprus. Cyprus is a member state that has a population of less than 1 million people. So you realize that based on our size, it is very difficult for us to develop. We don't have, let's say, the depth of expertise and knowledge to develop and deliver such schemes. The fact that through a European funded project, we are trying to develop a standard that may be used not just by Cyprus, but also by Malta, by Estonia, by other member states which do not have the capacity to develop these standards alone. This, to our point of view, is one of the major, let's say, contributions of research to the actual needs of the market. I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paris. And while I already asked the three speakers coming now, ask them on stage, I would like to apologize for introducing you wrong and the wrong name. It's always a rookie beginner's mistake, I would say. So I would like to ask from the E-DYCE project on stage, then I understood it was going to be Olena Larsen, Giacomo, and Vangelis, if the three of you can already come to stage to have a fluent follow-up, that we don't lose too much time of switching between the people. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. And so we continue to the next part of this session. We are going to talk about the... Yes, sorry. So we'll continue with the... Do you think I can do like this? Much better. So my name is Olena Larsen, and I'm an associate professor at Aalborg University, Denmark. And I have two colleagues here that will continue on the presentation after me. So we have a very, very short agenda stated here. So what I will be introducing you to is the E-DYCE protocol. When we move from the static EPC calculations towards the dynamic energy performance certificate, this is one of the aspects we selected to introduce to you from the E-DYCE project. Although we do a lot of many different things, we decided to focus on the three ones we have here on the stage. Then we have point number 2. We'll be dealing with the pre-DYCE dynamic energy simulation platform. Then we'll have Giacomo to introduce. And finally, we have the physics middleware, where we have Vangelis to introduce to you. So starting with the first part, when we introduce you to the E-DYCE protocol, what we are to mention here, I think it's important to explain some background of what we do in order for you to understand the following steps. So one of the things is that the dynamic energy performance certification suggested within the E-DYCE project is seen as a voluntary scheme. It is not an obligatory, but it must be seen more as a supplement to the existing EPC legislation. And saying that, we can confirm that the EPC approach sees these dynamic calculations as a support, and it is strongly anchored in the existing EPC. And in order to say where the focus is, we are strongly relating our work to evaluation of the performance gap, starting from calculating the performance gap and then moving on towards to evaluation how it can be reduced. And in order to do so, we introduce a number of KPIs, or let's say indicators that can inform us about the performance gaps of the buildings. And as one of the points here on the screen that we have is, of course, as E-DYCE project has a very strong focus on the energy performance of the buildings, but we also take a strong look at the indoor environmental properties and qualities within the building, because we believe that sufficient improvement and reduction of the performance gap cannot happen without the consideration of the indoor environmental characteristics of the building. And focusing on those KPIs or the indicators that we would like to observe for the building and calculate the performance gap for, there we have, for example, the global energy performance indicator, which is directly linked towards the, let's say, asset rating calculated for the traditional EPC approach. But furthermore, we have distributed demands, so we split between the energy demand for space heating, energy demand for the domestic hot water, etc. So we can actually look more specifically into every single one of them. In addition, as Michael previously mentioned, we also have the what's called the energy signature, and the energy signature there is also to bring more light towards the building operation. And when we speak about these different indicators, we do not look at the building as a whole, but we open up for a possibility of splitting the building into smaller rooms or spaces, so we can even work with, let's say, critical spaces and relate the performance of the critical space towards the rest of the building or towards the average performance of the building. So we have a scale of performance also within the building. We also have the, let's say, the indicators that address the free-running operation as well as indoor environmental quality, such as the thermal comfort and the atmospheric comfort. And moving on, of course, the E-DYCE, the EPC, involves the dynamic calculation engine. In our case, we are working with the Energy Plus. And to be aligned with the asset rating calculations, of course, when our models are built and perform the calculation is done for the standard conditions. However, when we speak about the standard conditions, we speak about the people load, let's say, set points, etc. But those loads are standard loads very rarely exist in real buildings. And that is also one of the reasons we often see the performance gap in our calculations. So in the project here, I can see if I can make the pointer work. Yes, so in our approach here, we are doing the calculations for the standard conditions as they are here, but the real building performance is somewhere else. It belongs to somewhere else here. And in E-DYCE project, we are opening up for having a middle situation where we try to introduce what we call the adapted conditions, which in theory should approach our simulations closer towards the actual building performance. And the more information we have about the actual building operation, the better calculations we can do, not by assuming, but by knowing. And if you ask me where those adapted conditions they come from, they of course come from our knowledge of the building. For some cases, when we know very little, we can have the information from, for example, national guidelines or national bodies that advise us about the building operation. But in E-DYCE project, we've done some work in order to disclose this information even more. So here we have a building inspection plan, which is targeting exactly the, let's say, actual building operation, inspecting the building use, and as well we have the building monitoring, which can bring a lot of light towards the building operation and enhance our calculations in the dynamic tools. And I'll be here very briefly. What we see on the graph here, we have the two top figures. One figure to the left is the figure of, both of them represent one apartment to the left and one apartment to the right. Both of these calculations show the energy demand for heating, which is measured in a red line and which is calculated using the dynamic tool, which is an orange line. The apartment to the left has quite good agreement with our simulations. Meanwhile, the apartment to the right does not have such a good agreement here. In both cases, we calculate using the standard assumptions. However, if we know what are the set points and the amount of people that is in the space, we can adapt our conditions based on our factual knowledge about the building operation. And you can see here that predicted and monitored energy demand for heating, they're in a quite better agreement. So far, I have only brought here an example of the KPI, which is energy demand for heating for an apartment. Of course, the E-DYCE project deals not only with one space, but it deals also with the whole building. And we are calculating the KPIs for the indoor environment and etc. However, our project is not yet at the, or it is almost at the end, but we have not finished. So not all of the data we have available. But what we can see already now is that if we want to have those additional KPIs calculated, evaluate the performance gap for those, we do have a certain challenges. First of the challenges is that we actually need to have a very detailed monitoring plan, so we have the monitored data available to calculate the performance gap. And the other thing is that our models, they should also be at a certain level of detail if you would like to say more about the indoor environment within the building. I will not take more time for now, so I'll say thank you, and I'll let my colleagues to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. It's this one, okay.
And the point is this one.
Okay, thank you. Hello to all again. I'm Giacomo Chiesa from Polito, where I'm a professor. And I will speak in this session about the structure of the dynamic energy simulation platform that we have developed. The platform is called PREDYCE. It's supported by 2 projects at present, and the DYCE part stands for E-DYCE, in fact, and is a Python real-time energy dynamics and climate evaluator. It's a library and it's composed by several models, following a flexible, scalable, and modular approach. It's Python-based in terms of coding and allows pre-built different user scenarios in addition to the simple usages of code runs. It's conceived to be run and parallelized Energy Plus simulation in large servers and small computers, and may be recalled for some of the scenarios through REST-API in order to be fully compatible with the middleware of the project that will be presented after me. In particular, the platform supports IDF editor. You know, IDF is an input file managing modeling in Energy Plus that can be built. The first IDF, what simple approaches, or the approach that you retain, the better one, in different commercial or not commercial open source existing interface, from OpenStudio to Design Builder to RunAB and so on. We tested at least on 2 of them. After that, we also need a JSON input file that follow a sort of library, we can say, in which all action modification of the modeling is defined and structured. And we also will list a series of KPIs that we want to retrieve. KPIs are customizable, customized for the project, follow the EPC protocol, but we also have others. KPIs are not only computed inside the platform on model results, but also on monitoring results, if monitoring are passed as input. That means that we have the possibility to compare I don't know, indoor environmental quality elaborated EPIs like adaptive thermal comfort or things like connected to free-running buildings, in the same way on both monitored and simulated results. In addition, we ran a model for Energy Plus, KPIs calculator models, and also a strong EPV compiler supporting real-time for cloud monitored data, EPV compilation, and for other issues and in other projects, also large climate databases. Inside the E-DYCE project, we use and we have developed for the E-DYCE project 3 user scenarios pre-built, a sensitivity analysis scenario that support massive Energy Plus simulation runs. You can define a very large series of pre-built or customizable actions, like changing the retrofitting approach of the building from no hardened insulation layer outside, inside, or inside a cavity wall, defining the materials and so on, defining ranges of variations of the parameter that we want, or I don't know why, controlling the system, adding shading controllable system, and testing control logics. That support multiple requests also in terms of KPIs to identify optimal or behaviors of this type of things. This is also runnable through REST API. We have a calibration, which is a semi-automatic scenarios. Clearly, that's require human interface. We will see in a second that's based on a calibration signature approach developed by other researchers and so on, but that's integrated inside the scenario, supporting an automatic optimization, minimization, root mean square error, mean bias error, in comparing simulated and monitored data. Clearly, the monitored data need to be structured in terms of naming in order to be directly related to the model itself. So the tool is able to automatically fit model thermal zones and monitor it if correctly named. That's semi-manual because calibration requires in any case for this type of levels a sort of tuning or definition of ranges of variation. In addition to that, we have a performance gap scenario that supports the automatic test or under request test till arriving to semi-real time for comparison between the standard and the standard adapted, so this user-adapted approach in the EPC versus the monitored data for several KPIs defined inside the project. We see shortly some, you can say, in-depth analysis of these 3 scenarios. For sensitivity analysis, the tool clearly reports at the end not only the early results or the sub-early result of each simulation and some specific plots, not through the rest, but inside the tool it's possible also to retrieve a folder plot for each of the required simulation, including the KPIs, and also it generates automatically the permutation of the parameter according to the request and the given result for KPIs. That allow, for example, to detect heat maps with the impact of different retrofitting scenario on the given set of KPIs, or to control or optimize the control rules for shading, ventilation, and so on, helping at least designer. The calibration verification model is semi-manual because it supports a series of changes that is all the action that we want, but generally there are some pre-suggested one, at least by literature and predefined approaches and scenario, and generally these are applied one after the other. For that, there is need a small manual interfacing to not arrive at the end and not to have a wrong value or a wrong interpretation of the fact that the model is fitting, but the model is not a correct white box model representing the building itself. That's clearly exploit a EPV compiler model and other possibility to integrate the monitored data. The approach follows calibration signature and use the ASHRAE standard for model calibration at the end. The last one is the performance gap scenario that has also a REST API. In this case, we need to pass to the tool additional data. So not only the model, okay, not only the JSON managing file or MPV, but the tool may read the CSV data passed for monitored input. That's clearly with early integration, we generate the tool is able to support early, we can say after aggregation of results. The simulation is performed at least each 10 minutes or something like that, not to maintain the dynamics, at least that's a suggestion. And also the monitored data weather file if no a specific EPV was already built in Fusix or in other part of our platforms. The scenario runs and performs a different type of results, so aggregated data frame, the time series, so for each of the simulation in each hour what arrives, KPIs identify also a peak and detection risk, not via the REST, but inside the tool is also possible to retrieve some plots, and also the CSV file with final simulation, in which we have the aggregator for the time period required, weekly, monthly, whenever it is, of results for each of the KPIs for standard simulation, standard adapted simulation, monitored data, and the differences. In order to give the floor to Vangelis from the M10 companies supporting the physics integration, what we are already tested the platform in several demo cases inside our project domains. We are also now performing tests for the automatic test or check of the performance gap, retrieving these standardized KPI visions in order to also communicate to end user what arrives inside the building. So in some way the flow is, in this case, is that the E-DYCE simulation platform, the performance gap, is not run it manually or through the REST, but is directly recalled by the middleware of the project and is run remotely on our server without a direct control of it, for all the type of KPIs that we are identifying in the EPC protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Vangelis, and I represent M10 GmbH, where I act as the head of software engineering. Before we go on the use of physics within the E-DYCE platform, I will just say a few words about what physics really is. So this has been an ongoing effort of our company for about 5 to 6 years now, and actually started from the space segment, where we tried to do a technological spin-off and use the simulation infrastructure that is used in the European Space Agency for applications in the smart grid sector. So this is where the idea of physics came from. And from there, we started building tools until we finally reached the point where we wanted to also explore the sector of smart buildings. So what physics basically is, it has 2 main components, let's say. The first is the middle yellow circle, as I have put it here, which is basically the information model that describes fully the applications that we want to do, and is basically a structure of all the information that the application is expected to handle throughout its lifetime. And it's fixed as much as possible, at least at the beginning of an activity. And based on this information model, we build around small programs, let's say, which we call agents, that operate somehow on this information model. They take some part of it, do a calculation or some sort of action, and return data back to the information model. So we did it this way in order to be easy to plug in new features or remove others and adapt the application as needed. Moving forward to the E-DYCE application, basically here physics acts, as my colleagues have already said, as a middleware. Its main goal is to gather all of the inputs needed, and by inputs here we mean firstly the monitor data from all the buildings and all of their sensors, and also the weather data. Act on them via different processing modules that we have. I will come back to those later. Present those data to technology providers, like the E-DYCE platform presented later by Giacomo, get those results back and present them to the user. As I said at the beginning, the most important part for us is the information model, because without it, we cannot really describe what we're doing, and we get lost in the translation multiple times. And a common need for this activity has been to have a common way to talk about the data that we have. Because if we go building by building and sensor by sensor, we will see multiple different protocols and different, for example, acquisition times and different fidelities and a lot of things that someone who wants to develop a simulation tool, for example, doesn't want to have to handle. So this is why we build the information model, which is basically a large structure that represents everything that goes through the application while removing all of the specific, let's say, technological details that are behind each and every one of those things. And it's a very, very big structure, which I really do not have the time to go into right now. So this is very quickly the structure of the framework as we have it right now. Firstly, we have a set of bridges, and bridges basically take all of the external data, whatever they are, and bring them inside the physics framework, meaning that they are compliant with the information model that we have implemented. Then we have a data management system, which is responsible for aggregating data on a temporal or spatial basis as needed per building, and also performs several filters and data cleaning in order to have a common reference for our data whenever possible. For example, if there are some small gaps due to some sensor misbehaving, we may interpolate the missing data linearly. And then we have a data storage module which is responsible for holding all of the values for further use and analysis, and several APIs that interconnect with the technology providers in order to provide to them in a cohesive way all of the collected data of the sensors, the weather, and so forth. And the visualization part is done via two user interfaces, one being a mobile one, which is a very simple, quick tool, let's say, for monitoring purposes, and the other is a web-based user interface, which has all of the information available and possible through the activity. Here we see a very quick view of the web user interface. Basically, what we have here is an analysis on a per building basis, and access to this web user interface is done based on users and user groups. So an expert user, for example, will have a completely different view from a building owner or a tenant because they cannot understand, let's say, the same information. Apart from the simple monitoring SCADA-like system that we have, we also have several analytical pages that work on multiple time frames, for example, annual analysis, weekly, monthly, and so on and so forth. And the only thing missing now and is being actively worked on in order to close the activity is the dissemination of the pre-DYCE results in a visual manner. And finally, for the mobile application, we have just a very simple form, again with user groups and user rights, where a user may log in, see the buildings that are available to him, and just have a very quick real-time view of his system, color-coded in order to understand whether something is above a threshold or below it, or is a normal value, and also have a quick daily or weekly aggregated view of all the available data. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you.
Well, you had the challenge being the third speaker for 20 minutes and did quite well. Thank you very much. I already would like to ask the ePANACEA researchers and project leaders on stage, both my colleague Mosen Sarifi and Maria Fernandez. Well, my colleague Mosen from Vito and Maria from Sener. Yeah, you'll have then 2 seconds to go on stage, perfectly fine. While Mosen is entering the stage, I saw many of you writing things down. We will have time for some Q&As. Please keep in mind that after this presentation, then we'll have 10-15 minutes Q&A. I will then ask for each of the project one person to come on stage as well. Okay, thank you.
This one? It's this one. Or this one? Yes, I think it was this. Good afternoon, everyone. We don't have too much time to elaborate on a lot of details about different methodologies that have been developed in ePANACEA project. But I would like to emphasize on the main motivation of developing different methods. So we cannot solve all the problems at once. So we have to attack them one by one, and we have to provide different solutions for different problems that we have. The main problem that ePANACEA was trying to solve during these 3 years of the project was that the availability or accessibility of energy assessment, or let's say the lack of availability of proper energy assessment, was a challenge that was raised in the morning. And this lack of availability stems from 2 main problems. One of them is, in fact, you do not have the knowledge or the expertise everywhere all the time available to perform an energy assessment. And in many cases, you do not have actually the input or the proper input data to provide good or, let's say, valuable energy assessment. So we have a very, let's say, in a way, very simple to use tool. And I'm going to show you or walk you through the tool that has been developed during the project, and you will see how we can actually use the tool. And hopefully soon the tool will be available for you. I will not talk about the methodology itself. So, we have, imagine we have a case study in Belgium, in Ghent, and it's a typical house in Belgium. It doesn't have a lot of insulation, but it has been renovated. The data that we have for this building is actually typical data that you can easily gather. You don't need to go through a lot of, let's say, surveys to gather some data. So the square meter, the volume of the building, some information about the infiltration that can be accessible easily, and with the number of occupants. You would like to have an energy assessment of this building with these data that are available easily. But at the same time, you want to have a proper, let's say, analysis without having, let's say, deep knowledge of developing different kinds of building models. And that's why we use a data-driven methodology to actually give a good assessment of the energy performance of the building. So this is how the tool looks like. So you have different tabs. Basically, you add some input data about the project. And for, let's say, an energy assessor or an architect or a construction, let's say, party, so you can add some data about the project that you have, and also the location, if you have some surveys or not, and extra documentation. But the main inputs are added in these tabs here. So you can add the schedules, which are actually, you can adapt your energy assessment by telling how the building is used, actually. For example, when you have heating, when you have the ventilation, so you can add different schedules. But this sort of, let's say, simple inputs that you can give, it allows you to run or apply an energy assessment even though you do not have deep, let's say, knowledge or very elaborate information about the building. And then you can go to the facility tab. Here, actually, you can add some information about the building envelope. Also here, we allow it to be as elaborate as possible. But of course, if you do not have information, you can have, for example, one zone, or actually you can have multiple zones here. And you can add it in the building facility tab. And then you can add lighting systems, other equipments, and you can, you must add actually energy bills here. This is how we come up with a sort of calibrated calculation of the energy performance of the building. So you add the energy bills that you have from the building and the date that the bills have been recorded, and based on that you can have a sort of data-driven analysis, because according to the energy use of the building, and later we will see the outdoor temperature, we make a correlation between different parameters that have been recorded, and then we can give an assessment of the building. So at the end, you just push the button, you go to the final step, and you can have different outcomes or different results or reports for the building. And the methodology is applied in multiple steps. So the first, we calculate the theoretical consumptions, for example. And when we have the measured energy by services, we can add them as well. But mostly we have only gas or electricity. And we can have a report, different sort of reports, but the visualization also is part of the user interface, and we can actually provide sort of outcomes that can be used by different, I would say, users.
Okay, well, thank you again. Thank you for giving the floor. This time I am going to go deeply into, well, more or less deeply, into the assessment method 3 developed under ePANACEA methodology. It's based on auto-calibration of white box building energy models for EPCs. Well, at the very beginning of the project, we made some research about the set of standards, of EPB standards, and the current status of the EPC schemes in the 5 pilot countries that are involved in the project. And we defined this scheme as a global approach to cover different scenarios of data availability and to cover also different objectives to be met by the energy assessment itself. This first approach is included in the report on the use of innovative certification scheme and its implementation, available in the project Zenodo community. Okay? This report suggests an optional benchmarking based on the future availability of actual energy use databases of the building stock, but also the general scheme proposes a complete workflow to meet several objectives at the same time. The workflow shows the inverse modeling from the data collection through the calibration procedure to the limitation of uncertainty of some parameters. As you can see, this scheme is a little bit complex, so we try to simplify. Then we simplify and translated this previous scheme into this concept, the so-called EPC cycle, where we start from a very simple first model and follow all these steps by using the functionalities already implemented on the CEPAP tool developed by the project. So first, we start with the development of this first building energy model with dedicated tools. Then we go to the definition and adjustment of actual peak loads and operational schedules according to available data, monitoring data, and other information. Then we proceed with the auto-calibration step with the use of parametric analysis and optimization algorithms. Then we use this parametric analysis to select the most suitable model for using it as a calibrated model. After we correct this calibrated model into the standard operational conditions. And finally, we proceed with the assessment of the proposal for energy efficiency measures based on the actual use. So it means based on the calibrated model via a cost-optimal approach. So we are going to go deeply to each of these slides, okay? Then the CEPAP tool. The CEPAP tool has been developed as a local tool based on OpenStudio. Okay, OpenStudio is a cross-platform collection of software, as you probably know. So this cross-platform allows to support building energy modeling using Energy Plus, a simulation engine. OpenStudio is an open source project to facilitate community development, extension, and adoption by the private sector. So it includes graphical interfaces and a software development kit, very useful for our purpose in this project. Then this cross-platform integrates several open source applications that have been adapted to meet the objectives of the ePANACEA project. Specifically, the CEPAP tool installation package includes the OpenStudio SketchUp plugin, the OpenStudio application, the parametric analysis tool, and the OpenStudio server. All of these tools or software application we have incorporated new functionalities to all of these applications to easily introduce characteristics of the building, such as the envelope and system, perform simulation, conduct the parametric analysis, and the automatic calibration of the model. Here some examples. There is the plugin of the SEPAP tool over the SketchUp application. Related to the second step, is the step to get a pre-calibrated model. We use the actual operational conditions. In this case, taking advantage of the ICTs and the accessibility of actual data, for instance, from utility and weather station data servers, pre-processing data scripts had been developed to allow detailed modeling of actual user behavior for the dynamic simulation. This step enables also the decomposition of electricity consumption by service, as well as the corresponding hourly fractional schedule associated with actual consumption. Also, automatic processing of the actual weather data has also been implemented to develop compatible format files for specific calibration years. Then, this is the calibration workflow we use in this assessment method proposed by the ePANACEA methodology. Some steps are performed locally, while others, mainly related to the iterative calibration procedure, are carried out through an optimization algorithm and are executed at the server level on the cloud. Sorry, this step. We use a genetic algorithm that uses evolutionary theory to approximate the objective function that has proved a good behavior for this type of assessment. In this case, the optimization function is defined for minimizing the value of errors, ideally 0 or close to 0. As an acceptance criteria, to consider that we have obtained a good calibrated model, we use the criteria from the ASRAE guideline 14 that establishes a maximum of, taking into account monthly data, establish a maximum of a value error of 5% for the normalized mean bias error and a maximum of 15% for the coefficient of variation of the root mean square errors for all energy carriers present in the building. So we follow this criteria in our automatic process. So in order to follow the previous scheme for conduct the auto-calibration, the ePANACEA calibration template is used in the parametric analysis tool, where a list of OpenStudio measures for the variation of the calibration variables has been implemented by default. Here, this is an example of one of these measures. This template also incorporates the default values for the optimization algorithm, the objective function, and the range of variation of the calibration variables associated. In this case, we have used a normal distribution, okay? More or less like this. We have introduced the default values, but the technician may adjust this range of variation according to the source of the data if necessary, okay? If the uncertainty of the data are low, we can reduce this rate of variation to reduce the scope of the assessment. Well, then we just need to access to the calculation server and proceed to launch the analysis. After approximately 30 minutes, 1 hour, depending on the model and the initial configuration of the server, we will have access to the results. So through the console. We go to the View Analysis tab, and although at the OpenStudio server console we find several functionalities to explore the results, this one is the most useful to allow dynamic filtering and select the most appropriate model for consider it as our calibrated model. In this case, well, we can filter this and select the most suitable one. The vertical axis represents the variation of the values for each of the calibration variables, and the last four are the errors for the electricity and natural gas. Sorry. As I said, with the two types of error, normalized mean bias error and coefficient of variation of the room squared mean errors. When we select our final calibrated model, we have all the results associated to this model. As you can see, the results are quite good in this sample and meet the requirements of the ASRAE guideline 14 with an error values very close to 0. So we can find the decomposition per energy fuel, per energy service, per service, and per month, or of course, from a dynamic simulation, you can also report hourly results. Well, a step that we have incorporated in our methodology is the automatic correction to standard operational conditions. This step is automatic from the CEPAP tool implemented, the plugin implemented in SketchUp. So in this case, this functionality corrects our calibrated model by a weather data file, loads, schedules, set points, and so on, and get automatically the results for these standard conditions. So, it's what you mentioned about the procedure for develop this correction to standard conditions to use this model for EPC or regulatory purpose. This is a suggestion to do that. Well, finally, as an additional functionality, we are exploring at the moment the possibility to implement an automatic cost optimal assessment in the same way that we have implemented the auto-calibration. This would allow to conduct this type of assessment by non-experts about parametric assessment. Because we think that although originally the cost optimal methodology is defined for reference buildings, optimal results can differ from one building to another, due to different characteristics, orientation, design, and so on. So in this case, we use the life cycle cost and the source energy as the parameters for optimization via a multi-objective function, and representing these values in the chart you can see in the bottom of the slide, if we represent the Pareto from of this cloud of data points, we can identify the best option, the options related to cost-optimal solution or nearly zero energy building, or indeed the positive energy building. Here we found an important handicap, that is the parameterization of investment costs, which is challenging indeed because they are not linear many times. So we are studying this at the moment. As an example for the comparison for this case study, in this case is an office building located in Spain with about 5,000 square meters. So if we comparing the results for this case, we see significant differences, up to 65% in some services, which is normal, due to the difference in loads, schedules, set point, and weather data used in one model or another. In this case, the indicator in terms of primary energy for both the sum of EPB and non-EPB services will have a value of almost half of the actual use. So, as a conclusion, this implies that an important distortion in terms of informing users about the energy savings derived from the proposed energy efficiency measures based on one model or another. So, as a conclusion, extract from this part of the project, focus on the assessment method 3, I think we can say that the development of accurate models that reduce the current performance gap between theoretical and actual consumption is possible with cost-effective procedures. For instance, 2-3 working days for complex buildings. With the appropriate tools, it is possible and feasible to extrapolate the methodology based on auto-calibrated white box models from the scientific to the commercial environments. Multi-objective optimization based on genetic algorithms plus parametric analysis in the cloud allows to reduce the computational cost of the calibration process. Also, we think that the automation of the workflow based on available computational tools will reduce the need for professional training in terms of cost and time. Another conclusion is that if the estimation of energy savings resulting from the implementation of energy efficiency measures is not based on the actual use of the building, so it means based on the calibrated model, we cannot guarantee the accuracy of these calculations. The use of calibrated models within EPC schemes would reduce the uncertainty of some parameters. Also, use for the EPC standard, indeed, such as the global thermal envelope transmittance or the outdoor air renovation inside the building. So when we fix the values for these calibration variables, we use these values also in our standard model. According to this research and also in collaboration with the workshops on end-user perceptions and needs, we think that end users show a higher level of engagement with energy efficiency when the EPC information is based on their occupant behavior patterns. It means on actual energy use, on the calibrated model. And they perceive this information as helpful in making decisions about investments. Regarding the next steps and future research lines, we are right now finishing the conduction of the 15 case studies in the 5 pilot countries to confirm the initial findings. It's still ongoing but well advanced. Automated cost optimal assessment through a multi-objective optimization via the parametric analysis tool to achieve the nearly zero energy standard or the positive energy building standard is still ongoing, is related to the last slide before. And also we are exploring the possibility of integration of this methodology into national simplified EPC schemes as a future development. We are thinking specifically in developments in the context of Spain, where we are involved in the tools and software that are officially recognized to provide the EPCs. I also invite you to check the project YouTube channel and watch the video tutorial related to this assessment because it has been carried out almost in real time. And the video tutorial duration is about 1 hour and a half, but including the explanation of the context, the case study, and so on. So you can have an idea about the time required for the whole procedure. And we think that is well optimized for the complexity of the workflow itself. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. So I would maybe ask to stay on stage because we still have some time for Q&As. Can I have for each of the 3 projects at least 1 person on stage? 2 can be as well. We have either you can stay standing or go and have a seat. Don't be shy. There's only a jury of extreme, top European experts in front of you who will have harsh questions without any mercy, I hope. Do I have questions in the room? Otherwise, I'll pick up Chinese volunteers' questions. Thank you. And the first one is always the most difficult. You'll get an extra drink at a network event afterwards.
Oh, that's nice, so I continue with questions. Hi everyone, thank you for all the presentations. I'm Sama from Demo Consultants, one of the partners in D2EPC. My question is about the nature or the role of the buildings that we have considered in both asset rating and operational rating, meaning that it seems to me, or I better say, is it fair to say or conclude that in both calculations, asset rating and operational rating, we have considered buildings as, let's say, reactive objects. But we also know that more and more with the implementation of artificial intelligence in the energy management in buildings, they can act proactively. So if we take the example of HVAC system, for example, the existing HVAC systems in the building, they're responsible for, I think, more or less 40 or 50% of the energy consumption, which perhaps is 30% if I'm not sure about all the percentages, but I think it's in this range. 30% is like waste. But if there are already AI boxes available in the market that you can install in the existing building with the same HVAC system, and then they basically learn how your building behaves, and then before something happens, they predict. So then your building can act proactively. And I wonder whether considering this kind of behavior will affect the calculations that we are doing at the moment.
Not only the first, but also very interesting and challenging question. Maybe D2EPC to start?
Yes, okay. So, Sama, this is a very nice question. Actually, we need to clarify that these projects are about the certification of buildings, the classification of buildings. And the question is whether we have ways of assessing and classifying the proactiveness of buildings. This is a very nice topic, and actually, if we consider the proactiveness as, let's say, a kind of smartness of buildings, this brings us to the SRI, to the readiness indicators of the buildings and smart readiness indicators of the buildings. And I believe that we have many projects that have considered this aspect. EPC Recast, for example, or the D2EPC, or I've seen from other projects as well, that the smartness aspect was considered. I have to make a reference here to another project, which is not within the cluster of sister projects of EPC, the Precept project, in which this is a project for proactive buildings. It's also a Horizon Europe funded project. And in this project, we have developed the concept of the Smart Proactiveness Indicator. That is an adaptation of the Smart Readiness Indicator, which addresses exactly the topics that you have referred to. That is how proactive buildings are. In any case, proactive models are a must, and I would see this as an aspect for future development, especially in view of the needs that we have for smart grids and microgrids and energy communities. So this is a topic that for sure we have to consider for the future, and of course in a similar manner that we have classification of building units, we may consider for the future the classification of energy communities. This is something, or smart grids. This is something that we have already discussed in Smart Living EPC, where we also have the energy community level and the neighborhood scale. In any case, I don't see that in these projects beyond the SRI, the proactiveness aspect was managed in a specific way. I don't know about the other colleagues if they have something else to say.
Maybe I can add. Well, me working with buildings, I can see that a lot of them are actually low-tech buildings. So many of them are not yet there. So maybe there are solutions based on this artificial intelligence, but there is no infrastructure in the building that can accommodate that at the moment. these buildings will continue to be there with us for a long time, and it would be costly to connect these buildings to this artificial intelligence, because then you need more sensors, you need to have a historical data, all of these operational things, etc., to train the models actually correctly. And another question is, what are these AI models are based on? Usually they are not based on physics, so not white box models, but kind of maybe gray or black box model. And then you don't know exactly what is inside, because there is missing physics. And if you do not have a first reliable data that you can train these models on, then your prediction for these models are wrong, very often very far away from operations of these buildings. So your AI is as good as basically the data you feed in to train these models. And we are still not yet there. So first we need to secure that we have the right operational data, and then also we have to facilitate the increase of the technology to actually be able to control things automatically. Else, in real life, there are only human beings to control things in a building, and they don't know how to read AI inputs at the moment. So there is still some things to do here, but I see that, or can see that in the future it will enter more into the buildings. That's for sure. But probably this will be first the office buildings with BMS, etc., with all of the infrastructure that is at place there.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to react, or from your own experience? Okay, thank you. Then I had a question there in the back, André. Maybe also quickly mention who you are. Well, most people know you, I think.
Thank you, Martin. Really great presentations. André Diciu from Riva and EPB Center. I feel that the presentations really showed that the projects are innovation actions. So if you look at the current policy debates that are continuing in Brussels on the EPBD recast, I think what you have presented today is a bit more in the future. So I have a question which is quietly relevant at this moment in time in terms of verifying the accuracy and the quality of EPCs. If we jump directly to the solutions that you have provided, maybe for the policymakers it seems like a leap, but would you see like a trajectory to arrive to the solutions that you provided, slowly also in the mandatory policy side of things, not only, let's say, on a voluntary basis, because the tools can be already on the voluntary basis be used to provide additional services on top of the EPC. But would you see some intermediary steps, like if policymakers would ask, what is the first thing we need to do in this direction of verification? What would you suggest? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I start? Yes, I think we need a mid-term for adaptation. So I think all our proposals maybe need adaptation to current EPC, to current procedures at national level at the moment, to prove that it works and really professionals and technicians and data availability of all of this environment is ready. So it's because of that my suggestion of adaptation at national level to current existing procedure and software of our idea or our approach of calculation. Implementing actual monitoring data, utility bills, and other data currently available. It's true also that we don't have all data we need at the moment, because indeed some member states don't have totally installed smart meters, for instance. So yeah, I think a mid-term for adaptation of tools and data availability scenarios, I think.
Maybe I can add on top of that. No. Does it work? Yes, okay. To continue on the data, because, well, the bottleneck for us working with this project was actually to get the consent, to get access to the data. This is the big problem. The data maybe is not there, but very often there is. So in some countries are better in having the data or story of the data. Like Denmark, we have all of the electricity, all of the houses have a smart electricity meter, and 62% of buildings are connected to district heating, and this is by the directive compulsory to have a smart heat meter. So we have a lot of data there, but we need to have a consent to access this data. Every time we want to have access to this, we need to ask each single person to have permission to access this data. So if there is some kind of ease that says, okay, if you do some research or innovation that is for the greater good for the society, you have easier access to the data to do the innovation, to do the change. Else we are blocked. This is binding our hands, even if we have a greatest tools, etc. So easier access to the metered data.
I'll try to be a bit more positive in this case. So if we consider the fact that starting from 2002 and the first EPBD, there was a need to align the developments with standards, at least what we can say for the E-DYCE is that we have captured this reality from the onset, and that is why we targeted a lot in compiling all our knowledge, at least for the operational rating, in a new standard. And we feel that for the new policies that we expect, for the new recast perhaps in 26-27, we wish to see the operational rating standard being included there. And we wish to give some messages, some clear messages with regard to some developments in the directive, the future directive, for having elements of the operational rating included. So these would be the clear messages. And something else which was not actually discussed today, the fact that the E-DYCE also had some work on the life cycle assessment of buildings. And happily we saw that in the recast we have the global warming potential as a mandatory indicator for new buildings from 26 on. So we are very curious to see how this will be implemented. And we hope that material that was delivered by our project might be useful. This is within the policy recommendations that we also include in the outcomes of the E-DYCE.
Okay, thank you. André, you actually stole my closing question, so I have time for one more question. Mark, maybe if you can quickly also introduce yourself. And
hello, Mark Delhust. I'm affiliated to Ghent University and also a company Scone. I'm not sure yet how to phrase it simply, my question, to be honest. Starting to summarize, we have two extremes. We have energy performance, we have energy use. From that perspective, we have labels about performance, standardized consumption, standardized climate, standardized use, and we have real consumption, which is actually not really regulated. Now, in the project, you're trying to go from measured data to actually, let's say, what you call an operational label. To what extent do you believe into the potential of that operational label, not from an informative perspective, and not only from a perspective of informing, identifying, etc., but really from a compulsory perspective of imposing values? What has happened actually from the EPCs also, starting to be informative, became in the end regulated, but the big issue with the operational one, you will never know. You don't know if you have a gap in a wall or if somebody leaves the window open all the time. It's not about calibrating a model, because with a calibrated model, you cannot apply your model to another user behavior, which is totally different, because that would have needed actually not a calibrated model, but an identification of the model, which is totally a different challenge. So to what extent do you believe that an operational label can be used in a regulatory framework not only to be informative and supportive, but actually really to replace what the current labels have become, namely something that can be imposed, checked, with all the legal consequences of it? Do you see a technical solution for that or a legal solution for that?
And a very challenging question to conclude.
Okay, so I have the microphone, I can take this one. Okay. At least to our point of view, and I'm mentioning this as the E-DYCE, we are very clear on that. The operational rating will never substitute the asset rating. So the asset rating has its needs for the design stage, for securing that a building fulfills the minimum requirements of the legislation, and for keeping things on track and making sure that a building has the minimum requirements, energy requirements. So this is one thing. This is the asset rating. On the other hand, if you look around and you just ask anyone, what is the energy class of your building, or when was the last time that you saw your energy performance certificate, the answer that you will get is, I don't know what the class is, or I don't know if I've ever seen this document. I don't know what this document is. On the other hand, we live in the era of Industry 4.0 solutions, of smart buildings, of smart cities. Everything is digitized information. We can look at our smartphone and see what we are currently consuming in energy, what is our PV producing, where do I find, let's say, an EV charger available, and so forth. So in a similar manner, we want people to see, oh, what is my energy class today, what was it yesterday, what will it be in the next 6 months. So we're going to make this a smart information. It's about smartening EPCs. Now, the way we are going to exploit the operational rating in the future, of course, we may discuss about this being introduced or integrated in the legislation in a manner, but at least at this point, these are not the answers that we wish to provide. And of course, we have never claimed that the operational scaling will replace the asset scaling. The asset rating is necessary. It should be there. We should calculate at the design stage. And of course, you cannot have an operational rating at the design stage. And for sure, nobody discusses about replacement.
Okay. A last quick reaction on this from 2 other projects? No? Okay.
I think it's the same. Basically, highlight the fact that the EPC is more than a label. It's more than that. So we need to provide clear information to end users. So information based on operational rating is additional information, very useful and understood for end users. That should be provided to motivate investment, refurbishment, and so on.
Yes, potentially also for what we can mention from some of our territorial case studies, it's clearly that asset rating will be the one required. Okay, operational may be also, at least in the short term, not compulsory, voluntary by people eventually to have it, because it requires that you share the data at least. And here open a potential good, and you can say win-win approach, because you share your operational data in some way, you have the possibility to be informed. Otherwise, when you look at your label, you ask people, do you have a label? Someone say yes, someone they say no, but he has the label potentially somewhere in one of his, I don't know, shell of elements, but it's not remind. Well, this gives me more connected to the building performance and help him also in having a feedback on that. But in parallel, may help also policy to check with the operational what arrives when you expect that this building passes for class, I don't know, D, C, E or F to class A or B, no? And in some way, you have the possibility to indirectly collect this data that in some way are missing. Because it's true that, for example, in Italy, in the demo case that we have everywhere the smart meter installed, no? The one for company electricity, but there is no way to have access to this data. No way, nor for the end user, nor for the owner, nor for eventually, if you are in a municipality building by the municipality, or the large company that manage not only this building, but thousands of buildings in Italy. So this opened the fact, okay, we have it, but we need an extra monitoring system to be overpassing that or reading the pulse or impulse or something like that. So this gives immediately the idea that if you start pushing or requiring the fact that you want the operational rating, this data in some way come up.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have a last round of applause for our experts? Thank you. I don't know, Paris, if you, I think you can leave the chairs. Will you take over moderation for the session now? Or? Okay.
So we move on to our final and most interactive part of the meeting. Vivian Doris is from BPIE, and with the hat of BPIE, because I'll ask her also to wear another hat just in a while. We'll make a brief introduction on changes in the EPBD related to the EPC, and then we'll move on to our discussion. which means, by the way, that the 5 panelists could already take the seat in the meantime.
Great, thank you, Alexander, and also many thanks for the kind invitation. So I'll present you a bit of an update on the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive and the policies that are relevant to the EPCs. It's going to dive a bit more into detail on what Pau already mentioned. So, as said already, my name is Vivian Dorizas. I'm a project manager at BPA, the Buildings Performance Institute Europe. And I have to say thank you to my colleague, Helen Sibilo, who's our policy expert who did this deep analysis onto the policies that I will be presenting you today. So BPA is a non-profit think tank. We provide policy recommendations on buildings from design to implementation. We're based in Brussels and Berlin. And we do independent research for the last 10 years now, over 10 years, we started in 2010, on improving the performance of buildings. A bit on the structure, I will start by mentioning the decarbonization goals, and then dive into the EPPD, a bit say about where is the process going, and then dive into the content update, and then see the potential implications. So to overcome the challenge of the climate change, we have the European Green Deal was initiated in 2019, where we have the goal to cut the greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And then we had the renovation wave, the Fit for 55, the EPPD, and then in response to the disruption caused by the Russian invasion to Ukraine. Then the Commission started implementing the REPowerEU, which was launched in spring 2022. So we have this goal, but the numbers that is commonly known, the reduction of at least 55% by 2030, but specifically for the building sector, BPA did a study in 2020 where we said that in order to reach these numbers for the building sector only, we need to have a reduction of 60% in greenhouse gas emissions and an increase in the renovation rate, deep renovation rate by 3%. So a bit of where we are on the process update. So we currently have the 3 texts. We have the text from the Council, we have the text from the Parliament, and we have also the Commission's text. They are all put together, and we have the discussion now on where the new EPPD will go. So now, as already also mentioned by Pau, the trialogues will start in June under the Swedish presidency. And hopefully by the end of the year we will have the political deal, and then we will have the new EPPD published officially in the beginning of next year. So hopefully it will be implemented in member states in 2025, 2026. So now I will dive into the relevant provisions of the EPPD that are related to the EPCs. Of course there are other ones, but I'm only going to mention these few. The renovation passports, the minimum energy performance standards, the deep renovation, the whole life carbon is also the SRI and others, but I'm only going to focus on this. So the next 5 to 6 slides have the same structure. It may be a bit of, it has a lot of text, but I'm only going to emphasize on the most important ones. So it has a similar structure showing the Council's view, showing the Parliament's view, for these different aspects that are related to EPCs. So starting from the EPCs and what is mentioned in the EPPD. So with regards to the timeline, the aim is to reform push to EPCs issued as of 2027 from the Council, and then the Parliament starts things a bit, says to start things a bit earlier in 2026. The G is the worst performing buildings, but there is no mention from the Council's view on what percentage this represents on the entire building sector, whereas we have the Parliament that we talk about G, which represents the 50% of the worst performing buildings at national level. And the worst performing buildings from the Council's view, they are supposed to be defined at national level. And the Council mentioned this virtual site visit, which personally, I don't know what this means and what a virtual site would be exactly. Would that be like having the tenant or the building occupier going with a camera around and showing online to the assessor how the building looks like? So hopefully we will go for a real on-site visit. And then we have, on the Council's view, talking about the validity, increasing that from 5 years to 10 years for all the grades of EPCs, where the Parliament talks about a validity of 10 years only to A, B, and C, and where we have a lower validity for the EPC ratings that are below the C. And then we have the renovation passport. The Parliament gives a more detailed definition, talks about deep renovation, talks about reaching that in maximum numbers of steps, and then reaching zero energy building by 2050. Also, the Parliament has a reference there in the integration of the digital building logbook, which would be also ideal. And then again in the Council, also for the renovation passports, again refers to this virtual on-site visit. Moving on to the MEPs for non-residential ones. Again, the Council says to phase out the 50% of the worst performing buildings by 2030, and the Parliament is a bit more ambitious and is generally more ambitious, mentioning specific classes to be reached by specific years, like E in 2027 and like D in 2030. And for the non-residential one, again, the Parliament view is a bit more specific, like talking about phasing out buildings, worst performing buildings at specific dates based on specific EPCs classes. And also on the ambitious is to reach at least E and D by E by 2030 and D by 2033. The other provision is on the deep renovation. Here the Council mentions renovation to NZEB before 2030 and to ZEB as of 2030. And the Parliament also starts things a bit quicker by 2027 and ZEB as of 2027. And on the additional definition, the Parliament talks about reducing at least 60% of the primary energy demand for worst performing buildings. And worst performing buildings, as I said before, is classes E, F, and G for the Parliament, whereas for the Council are supposed to be defined at national level. And we also have the whole life carbon. It wasn't really mentioned in many of the projects, but they also started a few years ago. We have the Council's view that it talks about that the new construction should disclose whole life carbon on EPCs as of January 2030. And then the Parliament talks about having these life cycle emissions progressively to be taken into account and for the Member States to establish whole life cycle of greenhouse gas emission to reach the targets. So this is all, and where this is bringing us on the potential implications, as I said, what will happen if we, for example, go for a virtual on-site visit, or what will happen if we talk about implementation date that is coming sooner or later on. It would be great of having the integration of the financial support and having the integration also of the digital building logbook, but again also the validity is an important other aspect, because if you have a longer validity, for example, of 10 years, it cannot be used as a trigger point after 5 years to make you renovate. So these are other aspects to include. I won't dive into further detail, but I just have a final message to share with you here. Also to start the discussion of the cluster. I'm now wearing the hat of the BPIE, but I will in a while wear the hat of IBRO to EPC. Just to question, why are we here and why are we representing as a cluster? Of course, is what the Commission also likes, to have the clusters and having all sitting here. But why do we do that? Of course, the first thing is to learn from each other and to exchange the knowledge. But my personal impression is that at the end of the day, we come up with too many tools, too many methodologies, too many models, And hopefully all these tools and all these models will not remain in a drawer of a dark room now that the projects are finishing. But for the new proposals that we are, I guess everyone is working on new proposals, that we take some of the existing tools and take them a step ahead. And I understand that especially the academics need to be innovative, and of course a proposal needs to be innovative. This is what the Commission wants. But we can start already from an idea that is being already there, from one of the projects that is already being tested, and take that a step forward. So this can still be innovative. And an example here is like a past project that I was working on. It was still also under the umbrella, the cluster of the EPCs. It was the Extender project. And we developed a tool for evaluate the indoor environmental quality that could be adjusted within the EPCs. And we also had the comfort, the asset rating, and also the operational rating. And this project finished, but now we're going to test this again into the next project, the IB Road to EPC. So it's also great on the exploitation side of things, but also good to have that in mind to take what we already have and make this go a step forward. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as you said, so please wear the hat of IB Road to EPC and take a seat in the stage. And I would also like to invite Nagme Altman, representing CrossCert, Andrei Vladimir Litiu, representing EPC Recast, Stavros Kotsios, representing Smart Living EPC, and Leandro Mandraso Goudin, representing TimePack. And of course, Paris Fokaidis, who will be the moderator of the discussion now. So Paris, you get to stand, and the others get to get a seat. So thank you very much for being here, and hopefully moving on to the most interactive part of the meeting, we'll have quite a few insights to discuss now. Thank you.
So I don't know if my microphone is on. Okay, it's on. So welcome everyone. The last part of today's workshop, the interactive one. And do you have a microphone there? Yes, I think it's on the table. Would you like to take the microphone and just say one sentence for yourself, just introduce yourselves and your projects?
Hello? Okay, so you've already met me. I'm now wearing the hat of the IB Road EPC. My background is, I'm a physicist. I did building physics, lots of building physics, and a PhD on indoor environmental quality and ventilation. That's why I mentioned about comfort aspects. And now on IB Road to EPC, BPA is developing the concept, has already developed the concept, and we're also working on exploitation. That's why I also talked about the step after the end of the project. Thank you.
Hello, again. Previously, you have met me as from the project D2 EPC. Now, I am also in its successor, the Smart Living EPC. I have studied electrical engineering, and I did my master on energy efficiency of buildings. In the last 2 years, I work as a research associate in the Center of Technology Hellas in the Information Technologies Institute. And I think that's all.
Paris, should we also talk about our projects we are presenting, or just introduce yourself?
Please introduce the projects as well, yes. Just in 2 sentences.
Okay. My name is Nagme Altman. I work for the Austrian Energy Agency. I am an architect, and in the agency I work in the Department for Sustainable Buildings and Energy Efficiency. Here I'm also in the D2 EPC project, but on the stage I'm representing CrossCert, which is about harmonizing the EPCs throughout Europe and comparing and assessing the existing EPCs and making a recommendation after the project ends. It has started in 2021 and it's going to finish in 2024. So we are almost halfway through.
Test. Good. So, Andrei Lițiu again. So I'm representing EPC Recast. I'm working for RIVA, the Federation of HVAC Associations. For my background, if we are not connected on LinkedIn, just search me and let's connect. I'll just say that I'm an engineer based in Brussels. And as RIVA, representing building professionals, this is what we have as mission, to bring the policy realm with the technical realm so that the market ultimately benefits of this. EPC Recast is the fourth sister project from this generation with D2EPC, E-DYCE and ePANACEA. It will finish next year in June. It was on purpose a bit longer and it also develops like an innovation action tools to support the whole process for both building performance assessors, but also on the end user side. But it has a very specific focus on residential buildings, both single family and multifamily buildings.
Thank you. So, hello, good afternoon. My name is Leandro Madrazo. I'm a professor of architecture in La Salle School of Architecture, Universitat Ramon Llull in Barcelona, Spain. I'm the coordinator of the TimePack project, which started in 2021 and will have still one more year. So we'll have our final conference, hopefully like this, perhaps in Barcelona in 1 year. TimePack is a cooperation and support action. It's not an innovative action. So we are working mainly on building, capacity building, networking, and focusing very much on training, on bringing all of these tools we have seen here today. Actually, it's a very interesting input for our project because what we try to do is to bring this innovation into a kind of learning context. Actually, the TimePack Academy will be our major outcome at the end of the project. So we expect to start the training program by the end of the year. And I think it will be very helpful to have all of these lines of innovation, these tools, these methodologies we have seen here, going forward into another context, in a context of capacity building. This suggestion we have heard before about not stopping the projects here with these final conference presentations, I think our project could provide a structure to continue discussing about this innovation. So I would invite you to follow us and keep in contact, and probably you will hear about us as well.
Okay, Leandro, thank you very much. With your permission, I will call you with our first names. So we have a set of 7 questions here, which we would like to discuss with you. Starting with the first one. The EPC is 20 years old as a formal concept and a teenager in respect to its market applications. Now, what would you consider as the key benefits and as the key handicaps of this assessment scheme? And let's start from Vivian. Vivian, would you like to take this one?
Okay, thank you, Paris. Okay, the benefit. I'll just share a personal story that I'm looking for a property to buy. So either a flat or a house here in Brussels. So I'm willing to pay more for a property that has a higher EPC. So perhaps this is a benefit already. I don't know if it's because I'm working on the area, or it's because the Belgian one or the Flanders is a bit of the, let's say, the front runners. But yes, the EPCs are supposed, and they were introduced. I think this year is the 21st birthday. Then, and they were introduced to increase this transparency of the building sector, to introduce the recommendations, to inform and to motivate to renovate. Let's say that these are the good points, but are not always till the maximum achieved. On the other side, for IB Road EPCs, in order to develop the concept of the IB Road EPC, we did a market analysis of the EPCs across Europe, and we found that there is a very big
fluctuation.
Sorry?
Fluctuation.
Variation of the EPCs across Europe. Some, like the Portuguese, are more front runners, but this diversity is caused from political or different political and legal contexts, and also differences in the real estate. Also, the design is different, the quality is different, and the cost is different. And actually, still now, there's a very low reliability and trust on the EPCs, and still people are seeing EPCs as an administrative burden. So considering this market variability, what we'll try to do in IBRO to EPCs to create a concept that would satisfy both the more and the less advanced EPCs. So it starts from a basic scenario and then it builds upon the more advanced scenario. So for me, these are handicaps like the ones on the trust and the reliability that we still need to cover up on that.
I think trust is always a keyword. So Stavro, what is Smart Living EPC point of view on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would like to characterize EPCs quite a mature or famous teenager, as the concept of the energy class and the energy performance certificate is well established in the minds of the people, of the majority, related to the building sector at least. But not only. Recently, I would like to share a story of mine. I went to buy an air conditioner or a fridge. Everything had an energy class on it. So from our point of view, from my point of view, this is the greatest benefit. It is recognizable. Although there are specific characteristics that we try to improve with these projects, like the energy gap, and there are several techniques to do it. But the second is the limited scope. The performance of a building is not only its energy performance. In Smart Living EPC, we try to integrate several aspects, like the smart readiness, the life cycle assessment, the human comfort, in one unified scale. Again, the classification from A to G or from A+, whatever, is crucial. To a common indicator, one class, one indicator, something recognizable to the people. I think...
Okay, so merging more information into one scale in Smart Living EPC, this is interesting. I know that well because we also participate in Smart Living EPC, and it's a nice concept for sure. So Vivian, trust and other gaps that you have identified in your first statement, which actions do you think are needed in order to reinforce and complement the current EPC schemes?
IBRO to EPC. Okay, so Alexander, I'm selling this a lot, so extra bonus for me. No, I think that EPCs offer a great opportunity to be linked with a building renovation passport, and what IBRO to EPC is doing is some sort of a bridging the two, and it's helping EPCs to go towards that direction. Because it cannot go from one day to the other and from one step to the other. As I said, some countries are more front runners, some countries are a bit more behind. So by joining the two instruments, EPC can become a powerful tool and also to trigger also deep renovation. But there are still several barriers on the implementation of the building renovation passports, such as the lack of financial support, also the lack of awareness, and also the public costs. So what we did at the IBRO is that we developed this basic module. I mean, I won't dive into details now, but I mean, starting from a basic module that it's based on an on-site visit, and then we can build a more advanced version by adding new modules such as the indoor environmental quality, such as the smart readiness indicator, the energy demand, and the cost, and then we go closer to the building renovation passport. So, yeah. And of course, also the link to the digital building logbook is very important, and the link to the EPC databases is also important, so, yeah.
Thank you, Vivian, for that.
Thank you.
Now, let's move to the other side of the panel. Leandro, I have a short question for you. It concerns the recent EPBD recast, and it has been met with optimism from climate proponents, as well as claims from some market actors that its implementation is actually unrealistic, in an axis ranging from conservative realism to high ambition. Where would you set the ideal target for the new EPCs?
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about this question since I got it on the email, and yeah, I was wondering what does it mean conservative here? I mean, conservative means that we keep something that has been working well in the last years for the EPC, and what are these things that have worked well? I mean, maybe we should answer that. So we have heard that EPCs are an administrative load that are only just something that has to be done because it's obliged by the legislation, but the actual value, the actual impact to reduce energy consumption in buildings, to improve retrofitting, this is a big question mark. So what has to be maintained from the old EPCs? This is one question I ask myself. About the other part of the question about the progressive attitude, I think what we are seeing now in the EPBD recast is just a real paradigm shift. So we are changing the meaning of EPCs with this new legislation. I think originally the EPC was indeed a label thinking only on the building as an object and only on the energy of the building. But now we are talking about not only the building, we are talking about the environment. We are not only talking about energy, we are talking about water, about comfort. And we are talking about people, not only about the building. We are talking about the quality of the spaces. So it's a real paradigm shift. So much that I wonder myself if the name EPC is still valid. Probably not. We are not talking anymore about certification. We are not talking about refrigerators with a label. We are talking about something else. We are talking about building assessment in a context of the sustainable environment. We are talking about connecting buildings with vehicles, with district energy production. We are talking about many other things. And my last point regarding the recast is that I'm kind of surprised by reading the recast to see that sometimes it's more like a list of wishes. We would like to have databases, yes, for sure. We would like to have databases connected to the European Building Observatory, yes, of course we like. And we would like to have automatic generation of EPCs and harmonize with all Europe, yes, I also signed that. But there are many issues here, technical issues, legislative issues. So I'm kind of surprised to see in this recast that there is a wishes about technical things that are not solved at all. And they are there like a list of, we are going to do EPC databases connected to I don't know what. This is technically not solved. So I'm kind of surprised to see a law in the European Parliament that is really dealing with technical issues that are still under development.
Thank you, Leandro, for your answer, and I totally agree with you. If I could comment on that, we all recognize that sustainability schemes for buildings are much more comprehensive and include much more information. And it could be the case that we could have EPCs as part of a sustainability scheme together with other indicators, assessing other environmental aspects and sustainability aspects of the building, considering that energy is actually a natural resource, and we could consider this in a similar manner as other natural resources. What personally I see as, let's say, limitation is the fact that we have all these requirements coming from directives, and the directives, they are delivered by DG Energy in this case. So we restrict ourselves in the energy aspect. We go vertical, we don't go horizontal, and we say that, okay, it's all about energy. But I fully agree with you, and this is what all these projects are demonstrating, the fact that for an assessment of building, we can have a more comprehensive overview, not just of energy, but of other aspects that may be included. Now, I would like to move on to the next question. I don't miss any opportunity. Would you like to take this one as well, Anakme? I think we are still on time, so you are allowed to give a short answer.
He knows me, I talk a lot. Doing cross-set projects, because I think it is linked to what our colleagues said, we are cross-testing certificates or EPCs in the clustered areas. That means the countries that have similar climatical zones, they calculate the building with the other partners' calculation tool and the other way around. And we have figured out that sometimes some things are missing that is not in that country, or the EPC tool in that country. So the harmonizing EPCs is very difficult. That means you have to bring everybody to the table to discuss what is needed. You talked about standardization, how to calculate. So we find that if we want to compare buildings in similar climatical zones, maybe, we have to speak the same language, maybe. It's also one item in the wishing list. So I just wanted to add this to it.
Thank you for that, Nagme. So, as I started saying, I don't miss opportunity to refer to the significant role of Riva and Andrei in next-gen EPC cluster. So we are all here today, perhaps for all these efforts of Andrei for bringing all the projects together. And this is something that, at least in my point of view, it's highly appreciated by everyone working on this project. So Andrei, I would like to ask you to give us your point of view concerning the ways that we can keep EPCs affordable and understandable for the end users. What do you think?
Thank you, Paris. Well, I was merely a facilitator, so it was a team effort, and this event happened because of you guys, but I'm glad to be part of it. So from EPC recast point of view, maybe before, on a personal note, I also agree that EPC, the term, might be outdated, so maybe we should move to BPC, like building performance. I think BPI would stand for that. They were ahead of the market from that perspective, but that would also complicate things. Imagine how would this be coordinated at directorate general level in the Commission, because it's linked to energy now, where it started from, so it would become more complex. But I think we have already shown that you can go farther together than fast alone, even if it takes a bit longer. I think this is what we want to achieve. So in terms of affordability, the ethnographic research that we have performed showed that we had interviews with laypersons, like really the end users, not the assessors and so on, so the people that actually should benefit from the EPC. And Vivian, I think what you just said was confirmed, so those that had a connection to energy via their work were much more interested and more knowledgeable. But overall, people knew that this is something useful, but they didn't have a link to their contextual lives, like day-to-day activities. They saw the need of it, but indeed it was like an administrative burden. So from their point of view, the message was that EPCs, even if they are affordable, maybe that's not the case in all the countries, they are too costly when you think about the added value they bring to them. And when we presented, because also in EPC recast, we believe that additional indicators are needed. Energy is just one dimension of building performance. And at Riva, we stand for this always. We say that buildings are built for people. So we used to live in caves. Those were really, zero emission buildings. But we don't want to do that anymore. So when they realized that they could get something of added value to optimize their behavior, they said they would be willing to pay as much as it takes. So from that point of view, I think it's rather a question, what can policy do? Because there is a limit, what can be mandated by policy, and what can the market do as a pull effect. And if you look at the tools that were presented today, in EPC Recast, we have similar tools. I think these can act on a voluntary basis to begin with, and policy, if you look at EPBD, the way it started, as you rightly said, EPCs had a very specific scope, so we cannot make expectations that they should have covered everything from the beginning. And I think they met those expectations, but things evolved and buildings are becoming more complex with digital transformation. So I think there should be this coordination, and such projects are bridging this communication gap, policy, technical, and market. And with this synergetic effect of push and pull, and Stavros mentioned eco-design and energy labeling, I think for buildings this can play a similar role.
Thank you, Andre, for your answer. Nagme, you represent Crosser, and of course you work for an energy agency, the Austrian Energy Agency. What is your point of view concerning our energy assessors? We have demonstrated today many advanced techniques and many advancements that we expect them to be reality in a few years from now. Do you think that our assessors have the capacity to produce these results, or do you believe that there is a need for further training and development of our people?
Thank you. From almost all the projects I've done in the EPCs and also in the concerted action, we know that the education and training of the assessors are different in all the European countries. Some of them go through special trainings, how to make an EPC, and in some countries it is only needed that you are an engineer, and you don't have to even be an architect or somebody who understands physics. As long as you have a title and a company, and technical company, you can produce an EPC. So that means there is still a gap how to educate or train the EPC issuers to bring them at the same to the same level in order to produce a good and correct EPC. That means where to put the right entry to calculate, and also maybe to interpret it, and also to provide recommendations, because it's also part of the EPC when it comes to that.
What is the point of view of Andre representing Riva, which has, if I remember well, 120,000 members across Europe, engineers? So what is your point of view, Andre, on that?
Yeah, so upskilling or even reskilling is important, but also the education side, so this the supply chain to provide these people, because those working in this sector, of course, they will cope. There are, if you look only at these projects and also EPC Recast, all the training side of things is digitalized, so people can do this at their own pace. It doesn't mean they need to take one day off and not be productive. They can follow courses, and Leandro also mentioned in TimePack, the academy. So I think that's not necessarily an issue with this digitalization. And at the same time, if you start using more tools, and yeah, I'll hinge on ChatGPT. I don't know how many of you started using that tool, but if you know the limitations and how to use it, you can really become more efficient with certain tasks. So I think all the tools that you have presented, as I said, in EPC Recast, we have something that helps the assessment process for the building performance assessor. Even if they go on an on-site visit with a tablet, they can immediately have the blueprint of the building in just a few minutes, just by taking some photos and measurements. So if you look at that, I think people will be able to do more in less time. But of course, there isn't yet, we are not there yet like, I don't know, other professions like the ICT sector. That's very attractive. But I think everything that is evolving in this sector will attract more people to join these type of activities. But it will take, and this is more from Riva side, it takes a bit of awareness raising, also on terms of gender balance, but also attractiveness. And I think, yeah, I'm a geek myself, but building performance is really sexy. So we just need to convey the message and show people what this really means in practice.
Thank you, Andre, for your answer. So we have another 6 minutes and 2 questions. I think we will be on time. Nagme, this one is for you again. So we have been discussing about training of assessors. What about the construction workforce? People working in the construction, all these advancements, do you feel that they have the capacities of integrating them, or do you need that there is need for training for this case as well?
How do I start? Because I've been involved in build-up skills projects, and so since 2010. And we have started also the new project.
Just consider that you have 2 minutes, then you know how to start.
I'll be quick. That there is still a gap. We know that the construction workers, they don't like to attend trainings because of lack of time and lack of interest, because they say we know everything, why should we take part, and time is money. But we still know that there is a gap, and if we want to make ZEP buildings, this is the in the revision of the EPBD, so we have to be on all of us on the same page. So we need construction workers to be also educated to see what they make for their designers. At least that we can design, but when it comes to the building or construction site, it is important to know what we are doing.
Thank you, Nagme, for your answer. On time. So our last question, Leandro, professor of architecture, you have a very good, let's say, communication with the developments in the field of architecture for smart buildings and for all the smart technologies that we have presented today. SRI, operational rating, they all imply that our buildings will become more technology heavy. So we'll have more technologies, more infrastructure, more smart devices, more smart automation and control systems integrated into our buildings. Do you expect that the investment in such solutions will pay for itself? And will it actually lead to reduced energy consumption?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think beyond the technological issues, or underneath the technological issues, is the issue of data. I think digitization. In Time Pack, we presented the project based on the hypothesis that EPC data is a continuous flow, starting with the generation of the EPC, following with the storage, the analysis of these EPCs in the databases, and then the exploitation of these databases. And all of these 4 stages, we think that should be continuously flowing. The data should go continuously from one to the other over time. So we're not talking about a label at a given moment, we're talking about the building assessment over time. And in this regard, this concept has been already implemented. It's already implemented. There are ESCOs, there are service companies providing this service for commercial buildings since years. These ESCOs have developed their own tools, their own databases, their own calibration models. So I wonder, what are we doing now in this discussion with EPCs? Are we trying to do the same thing that ESCOs are doing for commercial buildings for the overall building stock? It's a question I ask myself. If this is the direction, of course there's business, but the challenge is that the building stock mostly is residential buildings, and among them, the multifamily residential buildings is a real trouble because of the property scheme. So it's easier to apply renovation to a detached housing than to do it in a multifamily building, as everybody knows. So this is the real challenge for exploiting, for getting benefit, or bringing the private sector into this discussion about deep renovation of the building stock, beyond purely the administrative things, to generate a market need, to generate services that are profitable, and that people living, residents living in multifamily buildings, realize that it's worth to pay a service company to maintain the building, to have a digital twin, to carry out the renovation passport over time. All of these things need a certain business underneath, otherwise It will not work by itself, probably. But the reflection I want to do here is that if what we are trying to do here is just a change of scale, because the model, the business is already going on since years with certain typology of buildings. I questionnaire myself.
Okay, thank you, Leandro. We have another 1 minute and 9 seconds, and I'll give them to Stavros for closing with his point of view on this question. Stavros?
Okay, I will try to be as quick as possible.
58.
Okay. Now I'm more relaxed. I would like to broaden our point of view from the building level to the building stock level and then to the connected with the electricity, the grid level, or the provision of energy supply to our buildings. In order for the building stock to comply with the, not only with the digitalization wave, but also the electrification wave, it needs to replace all the systems with heat pumps, and these systems, in order to be able to actually utilize energy from renewable energy sources in a controllable way, they need to be highly digitized. So, if the question is if they are going to give us the money that we spend on them, the question is for sure yes. But the question is how we will do it in order to succeed it and leverage the full potential of these solutions.
Well, this is a topic that we actually handle with Andrei in a project called Smart Square, monetizing the smartness upgrade and seeing when smartness upgrade pays back. But this is a long story, not for this panel right now, but I would like to thank everyone for your very fruitful opinions, point of views, answers, replies. And I think we can move on to the next step of today's workshop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Susanne Brunner-Lienhardt and Laura Muir for the final interactive session. And I think that for this, also the people watching us from YouTube can participate. So simply, this should be.
Ja, perfekt. Thank you. Ja, fang ruhig an. Ich habe hier schon gesprochen.
Hello, my name is Susanne Brunner-Lienhardt. I'm working for the Styrian Energy Agency in Austria. And my main topic is to make the quality assurance of EPCs. In the ePANACEA project, we worked together with Laura to optimize the EPC and to make a new format. Yes, yeah. So we prepared some slides for you and hope that you will participate, even if it's like after 3, which is always a little bit late to be concentrated, so Laura will explain how it works.
Yes, hello again. So actually we gathered 3 questions, more questions from the 3 projects. I'm just, perfect. So everything is connected. Yeah, so we can start right away. The idea is that we ask questions to you, to the audience, via Poll Everywhere. You might know how these tools work. It's just like a Slido or Mentimeter. Yeah, we have prepared the multiple choice questions. Now you can either try to use the QR code to scan it with your phone. I hope it's big enough. Other than that, it will be also shown later on the in the instructions, you need to type in this. I'm sorry, I couldn't make it an easier name. Is it working with the QR code? Okay, perfect. Yeah, and then once you're there on the page, it asks you to agree to the terms and conditions. And yeah, once I move forward to the question, it will activate automatically on your phone. So don't worry if it doesn't show any question yet. Yeah, and the answers from all of you will be shown in an aggregated way on the slide. So they will stay anonymous. Yeah. So we start with the 3 questions from the project D2 EPC. And now you should see the first question on your screen, right? Okay, perfect. Yeah, just read it, but I think it's visible. How often should we recalculate the operational class of the building? You have one choice. Do you think it's once a year, every 6 months, every 3 months, or every month?
Just a quick request from my part, because we are very tight on time and we'll have to leave at 4:15 from here. So time-wise, it should be okay, but please take it into account so that we don't have, the last project being very tight compared to the first 2 ones. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I think we can move a bit quicker. So, yeah, more than half say once in a year. That's not so often. There's also the possibility that we save the answers and share them later, so they are not lost if anyone is interested in it. Okay. Next question is, are building owners or building tenants willing to install metering devices and share their data? Do you think yes, no, or are efforts still needed to engage them?
Maybe this question could be interesting. So the idea could be that you just move your phone on the smart meter and then see if your solar panel is working or if your freezer is opened, so that not only the energy or the energy grid sees it, or also the user will see it. So. It's a very clear.
Yeah. Very clear picture, so somewhere in between yes and no. Last question of this project is BIM mature enough to facilitate and automate EPC issuance process? Yes, it's a well-known procedure. Yes, but it's not an easy-to-use tool. Or no further advancements are required. So. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Not so optimistic yet. Yeah, we can proceed with the questions collected from Project E-DYCE. The question is, do you think the building energy label should be accompanied with an indoor climate label?
I think we have time if someone from the project wants to say something to the results as well, just for a minute or so. Or Alexander? At the end. Okay, so we collect the question, discuss it at the end. Okay, good.
Okay, seems like a majority says that there should be an additional indoor climate label. Okay. I think everyone answered. And then, how would you prefer to receive notification about your house or flat actual metered energy use? So it's about different communication channels, by mail, by special desktop or mobile application, by text application like WhatsApp, or do you say, I do not want to receive any notification? Okay. Yeah. Thanks. So also here, a majority says via special desktop or mobile application. And then next question is, as a private house or flat owner, how frequently would you be interested to receive information about your home, actual metered energy use? Is it once per day, so very frequently, once per week, once per month, or once per year? Or do you say that you don't want this information? Okay, once per year is not often enough that we can say based on this. Once per month might be the right period. And then, as a private house or flat owner, would you allow a third party to install energy and indoor climate monitoring in your home for the purpose of operational assessment? Could imagine that we are a bit more open to this topic than if we ask other people on the street, because we know the benefits. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. 27. Yeah. So about 2/3 say yes. That's good. And the last block with questions from ePANACEA. With the new ePANACEA layout, we believe that EPCs will become more attractive for end users. And by increasing attractiveness, does also the number of issued EPCs increase? Yeah, 4. Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to say because there are a lot of other factors that come into play. But it's possible. And ePANACEA suggests a methodology to reduce the gap between calculated and actual energy consumption based on utility bills and other monitoring data, as we presented earlier. Do the EPC or other rating scheme in your country include this kind of calculation? Bisschen schwer. Ja. Okay, thanks. So nobody said yes.
We would be interested if someone says yes.
Yeah. Ja. Oder vorletzte, ich bin mir gar nicht sicher. The auto-calibration of the building energy model in ePANACEA requires actual building data, for example from smart meters, and actual weather data with hourly frequency. Is this type of data available in your country? If you know so. Okay, this looks better already. Yeah, and we come to the last question of ePANACEA. Do you think that the energy efficiency measures based on actual consumption proposed by the ePANACEA methodology will boost energy renovation more than the current measures based on standardized consumption? Okay, it would be interesting to know why 24% say no. Perhaps we can talk about this later. Ich glaube auch, wir haben nichts abgemacht, also improvisieren. Der die Fragen erklärt nochmal. Yeah. Thank you for answering. Still keep on changing, so that's okay. Thank you very much for your participation. And yeah, now we still have a couple of minutes so that project partners can explain their questions, why they chose them, or yeah, that we can discuss certain answers.
Maybe one person from each project can give information to the question and we go through. Kannst du die erste nochmal aufrufen?
Das war die erste. Response.
So.
Maybe someone from D2 EPC would like to give context to the question? Why this one was chosen? A microphone?
An issue that we have with this topic, that is how regular the operational rating should be conducted, is related to the climatic conditions. And thus, should we consider the fact that the vast majority of the loads, the energy loads in a certificate are related to heating and cooling. This means that the minimum, let's say, frequency should be not less than 6 months, because in this case we can capture winter conditions and summer conditions and make it comparable the first period with the next period. So the year also makes sense, because in this case we may reflect the, let's say, all the stages of the performance of a building during a year. Less than that, it wouldn't make any sense. So it should either be every biannually, so every 6 months, or every year. That would make sense. So to our point of view, this is a reply that we would expect to see as well.
Are there any other comments to the question? If not, we just switch to the second one. So, are you surprised about the answers, or did you expect it?
Yes, for this slide we are not surprised, I would like to say.
Okay.
Indeed, efforts are needed both to convince the end users to share their data and also to make the appropriate infrastructure and processes in order to facilitate a safe and secure data communication procedure. For this slide, again, the results are quite expected. Even though BIM could facilitate and speed the EPC issuance process, the existing approach or BIM is quite immature, and several steps are needed in order to proceed to the wide application of BIM throughout the building stock.
Yeah, the question is whether we should go through all the questions like this, if there's still time. No? I see. Okay.
So we show you the results, maybe in a short time. We show the results and then we finish in 2 minutes. Is it okay, Alexander, or do you want to take
I would
another
suggest
remote?
to select whatever you consider is most relevant to a specific project and give the floor just a few,
Okay.
for a few comments, but not everything.
Okay.
And we'd like to have some very brief conclusions in the end.
Okay. So yeah, then we can pick one question from E-DYCE to discuss.
I can answer to this one. I think we just wanted to know what is your thoughts about investigating indoor climate, indoor environment along the energy. Is it something worth to investigate along? Because, well, as a specialist, we know that one cannot go without the other. but also here a lot of people are specialized, so also around 60% is quite in a good good expectation from what we would say.
Yeah, and also shows that not everything should be covered by one label, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If one thing is good for everything, it's not good for anything. So.
Dann gehe ich jetzt zu unserem Projekt. Ne? Okay, then one question from ePANACEA. That's pretty clear. Ich glaube die letzte. I think this is the most interesting question and result.
If you like.
Well, yeah, as we already said our idea is that energy efficiency measures become more individual and more accurate when they are based on actual consumption. So we hope, of course, that they will boost energy renovation. I don't know. Anything to add, Maria?
No, I totally agree that's the point. Yeah, to provide better understood information for end users based on their actual energy use. So, well, 50% is more or less a good result for us. No? Thank you.
Okay, but we may not forget that there are also a lot of other factors that come into play when people renovate or not. So maybe that's the reason why. Okay.
Yeah, I think one result of the other workshop was as well that the digitalization of the EPC and to make it more user-friendly could be a better mode to give the information to the user back. So I think, like you said, it will need a new name and maybe also a new format of the EPC or BPC or however it will be called. We will see.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks
nice
for
conclusion.
the participation. It was 29 people. This is nearly all people in the room.
Yeah. Not always easy to gather a lot of data like this. Okay.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end, and I think a good way to conclude is to give the floor for 1-2 minutes to each of the coordinators. One thing that you consider important from today's conference, something that you learned, apart from what others might have learned from the presentations of the project, something you consider useful as insight, as feedback, as whatever. I'll probably reverse the order this time. Whoever feels, Michael, perhaps? Yeah, okay.
Sorry? We were in the middle, so it's not exactly reversed, but okay, I can say a few words. First of all, thank you all to participate in this event physically and also the ones who are online. I think we had the chance to exchange a lot of information today. What I have observed is that I think there are certain things that are common for the three projects. Well, we have spotted the same issues. We have addressed the operational and actual energy use in the building that should be addressed by some kind of a new version of EPCs. That is, I think, common. How we address this and performance gap is different. So we can see that we use different ways to deal with that, and we have developed different methods, either BIM or some kind of platform to integrate things, or use this open source tool to do that. But in any way, the goal is to address the performance gap and to include in the assessment the operational data. So this is common, and there are some differences. I don't know what will be the next steps, to be honest. So if any of these tools will be taken into another stage, I think that was a valid question or comment. That, well, we have now a lot of developments, and there are other projects that are also working in this area. So instead of maybe redoing the same, should be some kind of a conclusion done by somebody on all of the work, and to take the best things that have been developed further and to be implemented in the real life. But one thing that what is, I don't know, we work in this subject that is very, very highly dependent on the regulations, and not all of the things are in our hands as a researcher. So we highly depend here on what the politicians will do with this and how this will be addressed in the regulations by how it will be implemented in European level and then to member states. So I'm very curious to see what will happen with a new version of EPPD after the one revision that we have now. Thank you.
From the D2EPC, I would like also to thank you for hosting this event. And it was quite interesting to see all of your tools and how we are managing to tackle the same or similar issues with different approaches. From what I have seen here today, I would like to pinpoint that since we have in our hands a lot of numerous tools for calculating the energy performance of our buildings and several indicators, we should not lock them in the drawer after we finish the project. We will try as much to disseminate our results, our tools, and collaborate together in order to find some common solutions that will actually facilitate the energy, improving the energy performance of the building stock. Initiatives like the clustering of these projects from Andre are quite important for this purpose, and I am quite interesting to see how this will work in the next few years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you also from my side on behalf of ePANACEA project. I think, this event has been a very good experience for information exchange, outcomes and results exchange about all the three projects, because indeed it's an opportunity to go deeply into these outcomes. I think, yes, we have all of us more or less a common yeah, a little bit embarrassing, but yes, I think we have a common objective. It's clear that we have the technology, we have the tools, we have the approach, the methodologies. I think it's time to work maybe at member state level, at country level, but because I don't see possible not to adopt a common tool or a common platform for the whole European Union. So I think it's time to try to improve the current official schemes and procedures at national level. And thank you. And I hope see you around in other projects, hopefully very, very soon. Okay.
Okay, thank you very, very much for your final words. Thank you also to everyone for being here. I invite you to our networking cocktail, which will be served at the left of the lobby. So Christoph will show you the way. Please take your things, because as I said, the room will be used for another event in a while. So thank you again, those who are here and those who watch us virtually. And well, hopefully we'll meet in other initiatives of the same caliber. Thank you very much.